What up? This is Ramsey from Game Grove bringing you guys the first match of our April 2024 SIF tournament. We have already started off, it seems. We are into round one. This is going to be turn one of A Dance with Dragons game mode. We'll go ahead and talk about that game mode here in a little bit, but I want to get us currently caught up on the board state of what it looks like. Seems as if Logan, who's over here playing his Dothraki army, is facing off against Josh's Night's Watch. Josh is running a Jon Snow commander list, and I will give you the commander list for Logan in just a minute here. Again, this is just round one. Both players seem to be positioning. Let's go ahead and get some music on for everybody.
It doesn't take anybody. I'm going to turn. Yeah, I'll just leave them where they are. Alright. Yeah, I'll go and activate Ghost.
There we go. Got a little bit of Dan Hine going on.
Get his free maneuver.
Shout out to Dan Hine for being the goats.
It's a 6-inch move.
Alright, can anybody hear this? I'm curious on that.
Okay. Remind me how the pyromancers work. Do they just do auto?
Alright.
I was hoping maybe I could get up to there, but I forgot where he's got the shorter square. I don't think I'm going to be able to. So instead, I think I'm going to.
They get vicious and they just don't roll the fix size. I will.
What we are up to right now is we are setting up the stream so that we can go ahead and take a look at the player cards. So we can take a look at some of the units of these players today, and get them up on screen for you, talk a little bit about it, do a little bit of analysis, see what we got going on. So, we'll go ahead and pull up our tournament here. If you guys ever want to find any of our tournaments, you can go to asoiafstats.com, asoiafstats.com, and you can search a game Grove. Also, you can follow us on Facebook or Discord. There we enter all of our tournaments and events, as well as our casual play days.
I'm going to put Daenerys on the sword.
I'm over here accidentally clicking on my previous matches against my last Targaryen player. His name's Malachi, he's a local here. And I got very, very sad when accidentally clicking that the recap of how it went down.
Let me check, because I forgot about that.
Because that just seems a little.
Okay, let's see here. So we're going to get the player list over here on stats. I'm not too sure if you guys are able to see the current active players list on stats. I would be very curious about that. If you guys are at the computer board, go ahead and hop on asoiafstats.com and log in and see if you can find our tournament and see if you can click on the players' army lists. I'm curious if the viewers can actually look at the competitors' army list live. That'd be really, really cool.
I can restore 3 wounds to his unit, but he doesn't have any.
Okay.
But then your opponent may then attach the betrayal card to one of your friendly combat units until the end of the game. While attached,
Okay.
every time they
Seems
activate, they suffer a wound. When they're destroyed, your opponent gains a victory point.
seems that we have Josh's list pulled up right now. Josh's list is fairly straightforward.
Okay.
We have. Here, I can actually go ahead and show you guys a little bit here. You can break right into here. So, this here is Josh's list. He is running Jon Snow as the commander. He's running Sworn Brothers as the infantry with Jon Snow attached to him. We have another set of Sworn Brothers with a Watch Captain. We have a Ghost solo. Very, very curious to see how he's going to utilize Ghost. We have Veterans of the Watch with Solo Dolo. Veterans of the Watch do not have an attachment. I think they're good enough to have an attachment. I'm not too sure why he's doing that. I'll have to pick his brain later is why he chose not to put a Watch Recruiter on the Veterans of the Watch. Instead, he put the Watch Recruiter on the Conscripts. That should hopefully make the Conscripts just slightly strong enough to handle some of the Dothraki aggression that's going to come his way. And then down here in the NCU side, he's running Aemond as well as Bowen. Let's take a look here. What does Aemond do? Talk to me, Aemond. Master's Healing. Each time Aemond claims his zone, he may target one friendly combat unit. That unit restores a wound. Yeah. pretty solid there. Pretty solid. Okay.
You have
Okay.
more than 3
Now
pieces of
let's
cardboard
go
with you?
ahead and jump over
Well, no, you can have up to 5. You can't have more than 5.
Alright.
That's
to
I'm just gonna
Logan's
find
list.
the nail and launch it more.
Right.
What conditions don't
So
you
Logan
want?
has
Uh,
Jorah, as well as
I'm
called
going to put
Drogo.
a
I think we are looking at
vulnerable,
his
these guys.
This would for sure be the
Alrighty.
Jorah list,
I will
as I see a
go
lot
ahead
more
and
infantry
list
than I do
these
cav
two
down
on
there.
the ground.
It seems that Logan is running
have
through
you
with
play
some veterans with a
a-
Jorah attachment,
Looks like a fan
some
test that might have
unsullied
fun.
swordmasters
on,
with officers, 2 sets of that, making them
Jorah
tanky boys. For those of you who don't know,
And then because of that,
unsullied
because
swordmasters are
of those
absolute
two
beasts.
issues,
They have, there you go, let's scroll up a little bit, they have
Jorah's unit.
5 speed, 3 attack dice, 8, 7, 6. The big one is their saves. They have a 4 defense and a 4 morale. Their abilities, we'll be able to see them here in a little bit whenever I pull these lists down, are precision. Precision may always reroll attack die, and opponents cannot expend weakened tokens when attacking
round
this
2,
unit.
this is where you
Making
can
the
start
unsullied
getting your
swords
cards
masters
for
absolutely beefy DPSs.
I've got my 4
For
cards,
you
I'm gonna keep
WoW
that.
players out there, they're essentially your
Okay.
just generic warrior builds.
On this activation,
Good at everything,
I'm going to
bad at magic. But who needs magic when you have swords and boards? Some pit
Roll for
fighters
charge
as
here.
well. The pit fighters moving
I
at
need to
6,
roll a
3
2.
dice, 7, 6, 4 for hits. 5 defense, 6 morale. They run precision. They're unyielding, so they suffer 1 less wound from panic attacks.
I'm going
And when this
to-
unit is performing a melee
When
attack
I
before
activate it,
rolling
I'll
attack
auto-load,
dice,
right?
the defender becomes vulnerable, panic, and weakened. After this attack has been completed, the attacker suffers 2
and then I'm going to
wounds.
actually-
So the pit fighters are guaranteed damage, blast your face off. However, you do have to incur a little bit of a penalty for doing it. He's also running Elario, which allows him to do some free healing, and Daenerys, which Danny is going to influence units to remove conditions from them and allow them to reroll attack dice whenever they want. So we should have a good match here. We're going to head and turn these down as we take a look.
So this is going to have Sun.
Could be activating.
And I get one extra
There we
die
go.
because of the roll.
Now I got the right buttons going on.
So it's going to be 8 dice on 3s with something.
And then
With rerolls.
they do like a D3 plus 1 when I think you move to it.
Before I do this, I'll do a little roll.
Actually, for
Got 8 dice on 3s.
Viewers, if you guys can talk in chat, I would love to know if you can hear the music. I would love to know if you can hear the music in the background, or how my voice is peeking through. I'm hoping my voice is doing well. We've had a little bit of problems with sound design in the past, as I am stinky at it. So send anybody who knows sound design my way. I would love to speak with them.
So you're losing 5 wounds, you can take fan test.
Music in the background, or how my voice is peeking through.
Yes.
My voice is doing well. We've had a little bit of problems with sound design in the past, as I am stinky at it. So send anybody who
There's
knows
nothing
sound
happening
design
to
my way.
manage either way, right?
No, you're right. You're right. It's the
Hear anything or?
for the range attack.
Oh, okay. I thought it because I was like,
Alright,
you're,
so
I was
6,
comparing. I was like, you're easy.
Alright, alright,
I didn't understand.
alright.
Yeah, for the range attack.
And
I
then
would have taken a wound anyways.
Different than mine. It's like actually kind of
that's my activation.
Right.
It's actually 7
So-
attacks. I'm looking for 3.
I'm going to go ahead and attack that.
Okay. So and I'm going to get that free spin back after this.
Right.
Just letting you know.
I want to do that. I'm not going to use their ability because I don't feel like it. I don't want to lose 2 more.
Okay.
But I am going to activate, let me make sure this does the same thing.
Okay. Make sure you show your card
Oh yeah.
as you play it.
activating.
All right, looks like we're using a couple
Opportunist.
tactics cards here. We're going to be using Opportunist.
so
That's a good tactics card. Opportunist coming
It
through.
says if the
I'll
defender
go ahead
has
and pull
not
up
activated
Opportunist
the
for you guys
round,
now. You can take a look at it over here on Logan's side of things.
attack may
Logan
reroll
is
any
running.
attack dice and gains precision. It says it does nothing.
What?
Yeah, so you wouldn't get the activation.
Alright.
Am I a goof? I don't see no Opportunist.
So maybe show him and just be like, wait, never mind.
Yeah, I'm not doing this because I gain nothing from it.
That was a quick one. Let me go ask him what he plays.
Start it or would I?
It would still be in your hand. You just wouldn't have used it.
Alright.
Yeah.
Which card was that?
That was Opportunist.
Opportunist.
But he actually
but I'm
can't
not-
use it.
I can't use it. So
Yeah.
I'm not.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at the list. I was like, one more room. And then the thing is, I don't see it. Yeah,
well-
find what took its place.
It's still in the thing. It's still opportunist.
Really?
He didn't have the trigger he thought he did.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to be if something of mine hadn't activated yet, but it already has.
I think stats builder is open because I took a look at. Oh wait, opportunist is a Jorah ability.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. It's a
Um,
Jorah ability. Okay, that makes sense.
I am going to go ahead and do their pit fighter race then. Basically, that now means you become vulnerable, weakened, and panic.
Oh jeez, okay.
But I lose 2 of them at the end of this.
But you lose 2 guys at the end of the fight. Okay. Alright.
6 hitting on 3s with
We are
precision.
back. We are back. That was confusing for me because I was trying to look at the wrong list. That was not a normal tactics card. That was a Jorah tactics card. So let's go ahead and take a look. I'm gonna find Jorah over here. Show cards. But
5 dice.
Opportunist. This is what we were looking for.
Alright.
When the friendly unit is performing melee attack before rolling attack dice, if the defender is not activated this round, this attack may reroll any attack dice and gain precision or vicious. Nice. But I was also informed that he was not allowed to use it, as he actually missed the trigger for it. So yeah, so be looking and go ahead and set your eyes and attention to the left camera, the side camera on the wall looking over at Josh right now and Logan's back. As that is the camera that they're going to walk up to and show their tactics cards to confirm with us.
When a friendly unit is wait, no, wrong one. When an enemy is performing an attack after rolling the defense die, target the defender after rerolling the dice. If you don't care to show that to him, so you can read the top.
Target the defender when the enemy is performing an attack after rolling defense dice. Target the defender. They may reroll any defense die.
Just let him make sure he sees the title of the card. There you go. So I'm gonna pick these up. Do it again. So I take 1.
Yep.
Okay. And then I'll take my panic test. On a 5. I'm good. Pass.
Make you reroll that as well.
Oh, okay, fair.
Josh, moving in here, looks like we have a little bit of a skirmish between the.
Just the black dice, but all of
Let's
them.
take a look.
Just the black die.
Without
Well,
painted
this will count
minis
as a
in these
1,
prime
it's not a
minis, it's actually
D3, so
kind of
you want me to
hard
re-roll
to
that one
see
too?
the
Yeah, just
difference. I'm going to actually go take a visual peek with my own eyes. See who is placed where.
The attack
So I can
Yeah. And then I'll get my attack back now.
Yeah.
So on this, I'm gonna activate their order. So when this unit is performing a melee attack, before reloading the dice, I now get rerolls as if I charged, and your unit becomes vulnerable.
Can you do me a quick favor and just
Yeah.
tell me the names of your units?
So this is the Swarm Brothers.
Or just who's, just like point to who's what?
So Swarm Brothers, Swarm Brothers,
Okay.
Conscripts,
Okay.
Veterans of the Watch,
Okay.
Ghost.
Okay.
This one's Jon Snow.
And then those ones are your pit fighters.
Pit fighters,
Unsullied.
swords.
It's like you gotta do
Okay,
something.
cool.
You can't just.
So I'm getting rerolls and you're vulnerable.
Yep.
I'm done with activations.
I'm still, because of the Watch Captain,
Yep.
rolling as if I had, getting an extra die because I'm still technically at full ranks.
Now we have a great understanding
So I'll get,
of what is going on. So what we're currently looking at right now on the field, and the plate that you see with the least life is actually the pit fighters. Those are the pit fighters that are currently facing off against, I think he said, his conscripts. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and take a look at those cards really quick. Let's take a look at the pit fighters. I know we took a look at them earlier. We'll take another little peek here.
So
And on the other side,
all these,
Yeah.
Are you out
going to be 4 that go through,
That is
and these 2 have Sundered.
So 6s.
Sworn Brothers.
One
Yeah.
plus 1, so.
It was 4 dice.
All right, so 6 is the Pit Fighters with their 6 speed,
Let's see if I take any panic
3
testing.
movement. Yes, we read those a little bit earlier. And then the Sword Brothers
Oh,
on
wait,
Josh's side,
you
this
made
seems
the
pretty
one,
good too.
Yeah.
5
I'm gonna have you
speed,
go
3
instead of
attack
that
dice, they hit
and
7, 5,
reroll
4,
one die.
4 defense, 5
Might as
morale.
well.
They have Sundering, and their ability is martial training, so that means that when they perform a melee attack
That way,
before
if you
rolling
fail
attack
the panic
die,
test
you
at
can
all,
reroll any attack die, and the defender becomes vulnerable. Martial training is one
How
of
that works?
Yep.
my personal favorites as a Martell player.
No, I take my
Uh,
panic test damage.
If you roll
One of
on
the-
D3,
Probably more
then no.
brutal
But if you roll a 2, then
combination
yes.
units
well, it would be
to put
minus
stuff
2
on.
for that.
If you have any sort of NCU
Oh, okay,
that
so
gives
you
you
need to freeze it.
big bonuses to your attack or any sort of
So you're
attachment
good.
that you can have that can give you
And
like
that's my activation.
like vicious or precision.
'Cause you use
Uh,
Sundered.
martial training
Yeah.
users tend to really
I'm
abuse
going to
buffs super well, and they're normally very well statted. They're kind of your beaters. So it doesn't surprise me that the Sworn Brothers are blowing apart the Pit Fighters
Bow
right
and
now.
Marsh for the horse to get a free maneuver.
Alright.
But it's also going to let me draw 2 cards, keep 1, put the other one on the bottom.
We see Josh over on the side camera going over for his tactics deck. It looks like they are drawing for end of round, I believe. Yep, they're pitching cards back. They're making decisions. So that is the end of round 1. So this is what we are coming out with here on A Dance with Dragons.
That's my
End
activation.
of round 1, Josh v. Logan. Seems that Josh is the one who is up with a couple VP here. Looks like Josh is controlling.
If I do the free maneuver.
For sure, the far objective looks the one at the top of the board, on the north-oriented section of the board. The south-oriented section of the board seems to be untouched, making that
that sounds
middle
right.
controlled by Josh as well. I think it's right underneath his conscript scene over there. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Alright.
Yeah, I would think you would just get extra shots.
Alright. Well, then we're
You have to
gonna-
shoot out of your front arc, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a full maneuver.
Well,
so if
I'm
you wanna
going to
move it too, you can.
do a free maneuver, so I'm going to.
Okay.
If I rotate.
If you
through,
rotate through it, you take damage.
I charge, but if I rotate, I'm basically going to be going that way. But if I rotate.
When you move, you just have
Oh,
to
I see what
clear
you're saying.
Yeah.
I think if the actual movement goes through it,
Yeah.
then yeah.
But if I rotate, it won't,
I would say unless your rotation stops on it.
because I'm pretty much.
If your rotation stops on it, because then you would have to go through it. There you go. Then yeah, I would say no, you're fine.
Alright, folks, we just had something come up, so I'm going to be here momentarily. I need to go deal with that, and I will be right back, and we'll take a look at the board state. See you guys in a bit.
There you go. Then you have to turn so that the majority.
I think that we had to start after you were streaming it up.
Once I start losing units, it's like just a cascade.
So 4 dice. Take one on this one. Because he's in the flank, so get the cross and fires. So 2 of them.
I'm worried I'm not allowed to do this charge.
In your panic test.
Roll bad. So two.
Yeah.
So two. I'm targeting.
on the battlefield this day. So we go right back to this battlefield. It seems that we have a charge coming in from Josh's. That's brothers, full Swan Brothers infantry. Coming right back to this one. So that one, Rocky veterans are very, very well statted, both a ranged and a combat unit. 6 speed, short bow, 4 dice, hit on 7/4, melee 3 dice, hit on 7/4, defense of 4, morale of 5. They of course have the free cavalry activation of whenever you activate it, you may make a free move with cavalry. That's one of the reasons why cavalries are so good. They get to move literally twice the speed of other units. Makes sense, you're on the back of a horse. And they have the order of swift retreat. After an enemy completes a melee attack on this unit, you may retreat. And after this unit completes a maneuver or retreat, you may make a range. Quick fire is really good. Really good. Very curious what the
Movement speed plus a D6
price
and
of the
an extra 2.
really curious what the price of the Dothraki veterans are. This app's not letting me flip over the card and see the cost of the units. I know that in my Martell army, quick fire and swift retreat, I do have those on one of my units, and it's worth too much to make them good. They're worth too much. I have to expend too many resources to get them on board. It looks like it was ultimately a very heavy hit from the Sworn Brothers in on those Dothraki veterans. The Dothraki veterans using their order to swift retreat out of there. Josh now looking at a reposition with Wolf here. See, Ghost. I never get to really see people utilize Ghost all that often.
No, you're right.
Try to find Ghost card.
I will activate these guys here.
Try to find Ghost cards. See what Josh could be up to. Let's just go ahead and take a look at his list here. Okay, yeah, so it is Ghost. It is Ghost. Can we see this a little bit? It's a little bit hard to see. I can see now. So here's Ghost's card. Ghost is, this unit has 4 wounds at the start of the unit's activation. They perform a maneuver. Treats any friendly tactics cards attached to Jon Snow's unit also attached to him. When Jon Snow's unit activates, this unit may activate post that unit. Okay, so that's why Ghost is moving in. Ghost is moving in because Jon Snow's unit was the one that put the clap down on the vets. Sundering, looks like their speed is good, but their attack is flimsy. 3 dice hit on 4 with a defense of 4. Morale of 2. Ghost refuses to run away. You can punch that dog in the mouth as much as you want. It's not going to do much to him. Not going to do much to him.
Alright, so I think we just clean up now.
Let's pull these cameras down a little bit. Jump right back here into the action. That is going to be another clean up phase, end of round 2. That is going to be another 2 objectives controlled by Josh, 1 objective controlled by Chopper. This gives Josh, I think 4 VP.
Oh, we don't count that towards the end.
Logan on his first. Logan on his first. Now Logan did show.
By the way, you're starting around.
Logan did tell us and inform us here at the beginning of the tournament that he doesn't play a lot of objective modes. He's been doing a lot of table up and kill each other, which is going to make it very, very hard for him to probably play the actual objectives. We are playing very easy objectives today, though. The easy objectives being a trifecta of a dance with dragons, a feast for crows, and a game of thorns. To those who are currently inquisitive about the active game mode, I'm going to go ahead and try to pull it up now. So a Dance with Dragons is what we're playing right now, and that is a simple objective-based game mode where there are 3 objectives in the center line of the field. These objectives are taking whenever your trait entirely overlaps it, and it reduces your march speed down to 2. You cannot increase that speed by any means, so you're slow if you're carrying this big ol' anchor, this big ol' chest full of cash. You need to hold on to it for as long as possible. If you fail a panic test or one of your units is destroyed by your enemy will make you remove that objective from your control. That objective will be transferred over to the attacking unit, or if you were to fail a panic test, it will drop next to your unit within 2 inches of where they were. At the beginning of round 2, players score victory points at the beginning of the round for each objective they hold. Simple enough. Very, very straightforward. They're going for these little blue circles. So what you're looking for on these plates, you could see one in the southernmost, northernmost, and centermost region. On the plates, you could see these little blue circles, little blue circle chips on people's trays. That is the objective markers. So it seems that we have a south objective on Logan, holding on to them with his swordsman, his unsullied swordsman. We have an objective right in the middle with the Sworn Brothers, with I think without Jon Snow's attachment. And then we have the final objective up north on Josh's Veterans of the Watch. Both players posturing now and choosing which cards they want. For those of you who may not be too done up or read up on Sif, at the beginning of the round, you can get rid of cards from your hand, these tactic cards that influence the abilities of your guys and influence the rules and the effects of the match. You can pitch these cards back into a discard pile and draw up to 3 cards in your hand. Also, if you use any cards during the previous round, you can refill up. Over the course of the tournament, you're going to be seeing players show me their cards, show the camera their cards, and I'm going to be talking about them a little bit, seeing how they affect the flow of the fight. Going into round 3 here, it seems that Logan is rolling up dice. This must be an archery shot.
You can move around. You can't march in your movements too. So you can still charge, just barely. 4, okay. 4 dice. Save one. I'm gonna have you reroll those 4. Spend the weekend token to do that.
Yeah, but you still get your free maneuver, right? So you could actually.
No, your movement speed's still 2.
Yeah.
Right, but he gets his free maneuver for the cab.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
It's like a good roll.
Take 1.
I need a dice cam. That's for sure something we're setting up next time. Is we're gonna have a 3rd dice cam over on the right hand side. I like the idea of a nice dice cam.
Order. Okay. Where are you trying to charge into?
I'm going to charge into these guys.
Okay, so you probably can just do that.
Yep, looks like
Just
the
a question whether or not
veterans
you roll
are
one.
measuring out a distance.
Yeah.
Rolling up for a charge. Veterans making the charge attempt now. Yep, gonna go ahead and lock in. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that at all.
Then
I'll just
If you take a look at the plate for the Dothraki veterans, the veterans are currently facing north, opening up their flank to the 2nd Sworn Brothers unit. I mean, we've been looking at the Sworn Brothers unit multiple times today, and it's no slouch of a plate. And looks like Logan's okay with opening himself up to a potential flank to it. When Logan had his plate hit the corner, hit the direct corner right in the middle for that charge, he had the option of shifting his veterans left and locking onto the Sworn Brothers that he's currently engaged with face to face, forcing a more of a maneuver for the Sworn Brothers behind him. But he decided to open his flank up and face north rather than facing east. That's... He's going to get punished for that. He's going to get punished really hard. It seems that the attack was huge, though. An absolute rip. A full rank of Sworn Brothers going down. Looks like a couple of cards put in. A couple of tokens put down there. What do we got? We got a panic and a vulnerable token. Oh, hold up. Going to mute Mike here for just 1 second.
maybe I should have put some boxes out here.
Alright, with that, I'm going to place Amon on the horse, so I can restore
When
2
you do
units.
that, when you do field control, when an NCU claims the horse, let me make sure.
Okay. Make sure you show him when you play it.
Oh yeah, here's playing field control, which I need to.
All right, Ramsey is back. Seems that we are
Get it
playing
there.
field
There we go.
control.
Um,
Field control
When
as a tactics
an
card.
NCU,
Let's take a lucky
playing when
loser.
a NCU claims the horse.
Mm.
NCU with an enemy after resolving that zone's effect. One
Field
friendly unit may
tactics.
perform a brilliant shift.
Field control.
Okay. You know you can't shift out of engagement, right?
There it is.
Okay.
Field
Making sure.
control. When an
So I'll get
NCU
my 2
claims
inches.
horsey. If the NCU is friendly, you may replace that zone's effect with, also we're calling it horsey from
Okay.
now
Field
on.
2
If
wounds,
anybody
2
calls
inches.
this symbol right here anything other than
Correct.
horsey,
2 wounds or just 1 wound, so
Beef.
technically. Oh, I'm looking
It's
at the wrong
horsey.
one. I was looking at.
when an
Yeah.
NCU claims
One
horsey,
foot one inch square
if the
range.
NCU is friendly, you may replace the zone's effect with one friendly
Okay.
combat unit performs a maneuver or
I was
retreat
thinking
with
there
+1
because that's the one I
speed.
was using it for.
Ooh, any
but
enemy it disengaged with becomes weakened. If the
Then I
NCU
can
is an
do.
enemy. After resolving the zone's effect when friendly's combat shifts.
Yeah, yeah, you can shift either direction as long as you're not engaged or end up in.
He is retreating. Oh, he's disengaging with the veterans. That's why he hit that awkward position. I think he was trying to move Josh over.
You do it from the back too.
They are horses. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, we'll probably.
They are absolutely horses.
Or
We actually just got our first pick-me-up as Moore just showed up with a charged mango lemonade from Panera.
And it's your activation.
all right.
Big fun.
I think we know what we're doing.
Big fun of having
Charging
caffeine
Yeah,
pump
charging.
through our veins here.
Um,
Logan is still looking back down at his tactics deck.
has John's unit activated?
No.
All right, I'm doing this thing.
Okay.
What does he have
Say,
in
just make sure you show him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's planning
And now
something.
We're doing.
Two tactics card right off of each
Opportunists.
other. Logan bringing in, showing us. You got to cover up Josh's face. Opportunist. Opportunist. All right.
they already have
Opportunist right
precision.
here. When a friendly
I'm
unit
going
is
to give
performing a
them,
melee attack before rolling attack dice,
Okay.
if the defender has not activated this round,
So they're gonna have vicious. and
this attack may
opportunity.
re-roll any attack dice and gains precision or vicious.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Vicious, so I get a -2 my can't.
Ooh.
And I can't block 6.
If the attacker is Jorah Mormont's unit, gain
They have a
both.
5. I think it's just mainly taking. If I get anything more than a 1.
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
So what did you need?
Okay, so you're getting the jump on it. I mean, this is an ambush card 100%. Looks like he's moving in with his. Bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, What else is on his list? Oh, the Swords Masters. Of course. One of the most
So this is
probably well buffed
8 attacks.
Targaryen units in the current day and age.
Okay.
The Sword Masters. We saw them a little bit earlier.
Vicious, interesting.
Hit on 3s.
That-
Roll 876.
Yeah.
4 and 4 for defense and morale.
Okay, so
Precision.
we're taking
They
one
may
of that.
always reroll
Yeah,
attack
then I get to
dice,
reroll.
and opponents cannot
Assuming
weaken
not
them
reroll
while they are
six.
attacking.
not
They are a
reroll.
hard-hitting unit that stays a hard-hitting
One
unit.
left.
Please note the may always re-roll attack dice. That makes the Unsullied Swords Masters kings of the charge. If they rush at your face, assuming that they do not fail their charge roll, they get to re-roll their attack dice, see what hits. Use their charge roll, see what hits.
Yep.
And then use their Unsullied Prowess to re-roll, see what hits.
And then,
They can turn that precision, again precision being whenever you roll a 6 it's an automatic hit. They can turn that precision into just an absolute monster of a key tag with 2 re-rolls whenever they want.
Did the
That pairs especially well with attachments and cards that can also give stuff like Vicious, where whenever you roll 6s you get double hits. That really makes buff units, Sundering, that really makes the buff units quite good whenever you get both the reroll of the charge and the reroll of a prowess.
at the start of the turn,
You know, the more I look at some of these other armies, Targaryen and Night's Watch, it makes me think about my own army. I play Martell, and I'm seeing a lot of the same keywords, the same key text in my units. Move. Over. Sorry, we're trying to take a look at what tactics card that was over on Josh's side. Let's try to track
oh,
that
so
down.
you weaken others. Okay.
yeah.
Well, I guess it's not too bad.
There's a long wall of text. I think that is. You can't quite see it right now as it's at the top of the screen. I wonder if I could zoom out so I can show you guys. There we go. It shall not end until my death. That's really, really hard to see. When a friendly combat unit would be destroyed by melee attack before being removed, that unit performs one melee attack action using its lowest attack dice. Ooh. It gains bonus attack dice if it destroys the defender. The defender unit is not destroyed, but instead remains in play with 1 wound. So it's like a final crackback. So final little
You're gonna
crackback.
get an extra die
I like that.
because of
I like that. It's going to be
the
kind of brutal.
And,
Looks like Logan is trying to see if he has his
Sundering
own response.
and rerolls. So charge. Successfully
Has
charge
his own
into your flank.
response here.
So you're going to actually take a -2 to your defense roll
Alright.
because of the flank and the sundering.
Ooh, Josh rolling big here. See a couple 5s, a 2, a 4.
8 dice.
Those are big rolls.
At a -2.
5, 5, 4, 4. Are those all hits? Oh my god! Oh my gosh! That is huge. That is absurd.
So you roll hard seconds if you want.
Wow.
One to say you know that one has.
So all 7 hits against
And then you're rolling your panic test at -1.
against these Dothraki veterans.
I'm going to do their
Got them on this list here somewhere. Where are we at? There we go.
You'll have to retreat.
All hits against the Dothraki veterans.
I got 11.
But big saves coming in from Logan.
I'm going to do
Logan took a hard crack, but he's chilling on it. Logan now going for a solid retreat. Dips his way into the trees. It is important. Did they hit or did they miss? Josh's attack roll hit with all 7 dice. And the Dothraki Screamers only took like 1 or 2 wounds, as Logan equally saved just about everything. The Dothraki Screamers now retreating back a little bit, repositioning, stepping out of the trees. I'm curious as to why he stepped away out of the trees. The Dothraki veterans do have short bows. They cannot be targeted if they're inside the trees. They can actually use the trees as covers to shoot. But it seems that he wants to try to keep this south objective controlled. You're looking for the objectives, this blue circle tokens. We currently have 1 objective north on a northern Night's Watch unit, a center objective on a Night's Watch unit, and the southern objective on the Targ unit. Josh had great luck hitting all 7 attacks with his Sworn Brothers, but no 6s to Sunder. That means that the veterans are able to save a lot back. Alright, that is Wolf repositioning. Ghost repositioning. I'm going to mess that up every time. Ghost has to be careful though, where Josh is kind of putting himself. Oh, he's measuring to break a barricade. Well, oh, he's not. Okay, I was going to say that where Josh is currently positioning himself near this barricade is. You need to be careful of how that barricade is going to interact, because I think that the Dothraki have enough movement abilities to outmaneuver people around a spiked barricade. And how the spiked barricades interact is you can walk through them, but if you touch them for any reason, you're going to automatically take moves. I think it's like a D3 plus 1 or 2. It's absurd having free damage taken just by moving. But you can break the barricades. If at any given point you want to use an attack action and you're within 2 inches, 1 or 2 inches of the barricade, you may break the barricade automatically. But it does take a full attack action. It takes an activation. I like to use the martial part of the tactics board, the swords, with my NCUs to break barricades so that I don't waste an activation. And oftentimes you can utilize that with combinations in army lists. There's a lot of commanders and NCUs that want you to control swords.
You said you got nothing left, right?
you take the wound off.
So it's a horsey.
Trail when you
You're right.
A little bit of posturing here away.
And then I'm going to activate these guys. Yep.
I'm trying to get back away from these sword masters
And they're going
here.
to take a maneuver.
I wonder if there's a way here in Streamlabs that I can make like an interactive mouse, so I can kind of point to what's on screen and you can see my mouse.
there,
If there's a way.
and then these
Go and
guys.
explore that.
Yeah, that works. Choose their next 2-inch movement.
I don't want to break the stream. I'm not going to explore it. I clicked on something I shouldn't have. We are right back to the action of Josh positioning
So clean up,
his.
and then on scoring we'll get
Let's take
our
a
things.
look. Brothers of the Watch. Brothers of the Watch. Let's take a look at them.
You're already panicked, so it doesn't matter. I get a 3-inch shift because of this guy right here.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
Gosh, there's a lot of units in Night's Watch. Holy cow.
Away and put the one going for you away.
Okay.
Am I tripping out?
And actually, I'm going first.
I'm looking on
Yeah.
ASOIAF stats right now, and
Which is
I do
cool.
not see Brothers of the Watch. Is it because they're called Veterans of the Watch? Yep, that's exactly why. Alright, we have found it. Here we go.
Okay.
Veterans of the Watch up here. This is the unit with the most northern objective on the board. The Veterans of the Watch are fairly good. 5 speed, 3 attack dice. They hit 7, 6, 5. Their defense is 4. Morale 5. They have disrupt, so enemies that they are engaged with suffer -1 hit.
It's kind of a long
They have
chart.
counter-strike. Each time this unit is attacked with a melee attack, for each miss, the attacker suffers 1 hit, and they have dual weapons precision.
I need a 3.
Yeah.
A 3 to do it.
That's not that hard.
Yeah. I give the veterans like a B+.
Oh yeah. Oops.
Maybe just a B.
Oh, and I would have.
The precision is super, super good. The -1 hit is,
you would have one.
eh.
So I'm at 4. It's 4 to 3.
For each miss, you suffer 1 hit. I guess that's solid, but
Three.
There you go. All good.
So I don't get my charge bonus.
I'm not really looking for the keyword
Because that charge
precision
is forced.
in a unit like this.
Or actually,
I'm looking for something like Sundering. I'm looking for something that can help me sustain a fight against another tanky unit. Because where you want to abuse counter-strike is against other tanky units. Because oftentimes the tanky units can roll a lot of dice, but they hit on 4s.
Sundering.
And you're going to see more misses more often than not. By the way, he's kind of statted. He's kind of statted to fight other like middle ground characters of equal power. He's a B. He's going to do his job well when he needs to. Whenever he fights people of similar power, he's going to be able to probably go toe to toe with them. He's going to blow apart weaker units, but he's not going to be able to handle against something like a Kingsman and Unsullied Pikemen.
Actually, hang on.
If the units start getting too tanky, this guy,
I'm gonna go ahead and play.
yeah,
Well-
this guy's not going to make it with precision.
Is it worth it? 2
I don't
dice?
think he has the right stats for it.
That's one thing you gotta look at. It's
What
just
we're
two. I
looking
mean,
at
hitting on
here
5.
on the
hitting
southwestern
5 dice.
quadrant
Yeah.
of the stream
I'm gonna
is
go
an
ahead and
active engagement
It's
of
gonna
the
let me roll
Dothraki
misses.
veterans against the
go like that,
Sworn
brings it
Brothers.
down.
And this is going to be the Sworn Brothers paired
Let me see if I can.
with a Watch Captain. The Watch Captain attachment with them right now is each time this unit attacks, if it has full ranks, it gains 1 attack die, otherwise treat it as +1 rank for attack die. And it does have Relentless, so after it's attacked, they may attack you back. Absurd. Relentless is
Sundering.
Oh, it's under it.
Yeah.
dum dum.
5.
They just have
But
Sundering
Sworn Brothers again.
bonus.
We're going to be seeing these cards a lot here
That's
this
not bad.
game.
Two. Okay. That's 1 and 1 on the next guy.
Yep.
And then you take your panic test, sir.
So we have a 4-4-6-3-4 on Josh's side, so that's going to be a total of 6 hits. Coming out to 4 saves, and the panic save was an 8, allowing the Dothraki Screamers to maintain. Both players still moving forward here.
I think I'm gonna put. Boy. With the horse.
Okay.
Can they
You
have
take a 3
multiple
maneuver
victory
or
points?
2 action. What now?
Can they hold multiple victory points in
No.
one unit?
Pretty sure it says in there you can only have 1 at a time.
So it might just pop off of them then?
Yeah, it should.
Katie, I see that you're in. Can you hear the
It'll
music?
pop off like 2 inches away
How's the
from the
music to mic
So I think
ratio?
the opponent gets to choose where it goes.
The person who caused it to pop off or the person who had it in the first place?
You might have to check the wording.
All right, we have the Swordmasters turning around, going in for a flank.
So you took a maneuver?
Yep.
Alright.
about 30 minutes left on the timer.
It does say you start controlling it, though.
Oh, is he debating a charge with Wolf?
He said you can go in there and talk to him.
Yeah, you can ask him. So, free maneuver.
Yep.
You get to pick what I would just need a 2 to get you in there. If I want to get on the back, I would need a 3.
Music is quiet but good. Is it quiet where it's hard to hear?
So,
Is it providing a vibe? Can you hear enough for you to like vibe along with it, or is it like does it need a little more? We also just had a great question come in with this game mode. That is what I just turned around for and muted up for. Was what happens if I'm controlling an objective and I fail a panic test that was done remotely, whether by crowns on the tactics board or by a tactics card. They make you do a panic test, you fail it, you drop your objective token. The answer is you put it down within an inch of where your plate was. The person who's losing the objective gets the place where it goes. Yeah, it's normally that doesn't come up because you normally fail an objective token by being actively engaged in combat, and whoever's actively engaging you gets the token. But if it's a remote panic test, the objective just falls off. It's very easy to step back on it and get it. It is important to note, though, that you have to end your move.
So actually it's a -3 'cause it's
Move
stacked
with your
together.
tray entirely overlapping the objective token for you to control it. So you losing an objective token, even though you only put it, pretty much adjacent to your current plate, you still have to spend an activation moving on top of it. So it's still a big, like, you're essentially taking that plate out for the turn as long as your opponent wants to keep controlling the objective. It is very detrimental. But obviously you don't get a score off of
You
it.
have to turn your facing completely around if you want to fight back with him.
Who we have?
7.
Okay.
7 hitting on 3s.
Okay.
We just had an absolute blowout of Wolf tearing apart.
1 precision. So
Of tearing apart a rank and a half of these Unsullied Swordsmasters.
So, I mean,
5.
With the crackback coming in, let's go ahead and pull up Wolf here. Little ghosty poo. Oh yeah, I had a problem finding him earlier because he's an attachment to our boy. Give me a second. There we go, Ghost. Ghost stats. Oh, I just want to show you Ghost stats, man.
you get a search for it. You get a 3 maneuver.
Free maneuver.
There we go. Here's the important stuff for Ghost. 3 dice, 4 attack dice, 6 move. He has Sundering. He treats tactics cards that Jon Snow uses to himself. Whenever Jon Snow activates, he activates and has 4 wounds and gets a free maneuver. But
I'm gonna charge.
the crackback is too strong.
When I do
The
though,
crackback is
I'm
far
going
too
to
strong.
play-
As soon as that wolf bared its teeth, got a couple units out of that rank, the Unsullied Swordmasters cracked right back. Poor Ghost. Ghost is gone, but not
Right,
forgotten.
So, if when I'm performing a
Sworn Brothers
charge
back up.
action, before I roll the charge dice, I get to choose 1. If I control the horse, which I do, I get to choose 2.
There we go.
I may re-roll any charge distance dice. This attack, if successfully charged, this attack gets a Sundering.
There we go.
Successfully charged, this
Sworn
attack
Brothers
gets-
right back up, as this is going to be the majority of the fights. It's going to be the Swordmasters and Veterans versus the... what do we got coming in? What's that one called? So close?
You might just need to tell
He's
him.
trying so hard. He said, "Screw it." So the reason it's doing that, by the way, is it's catching Josh's face in the background and trying to lock on into it. So just put the card up a little bit higher to cover up Josh. It's what and blood? Fire and blood?
Fire and blood.
Okay. All All right, we have a Technics card coming in. Fire and Blood. Let's go ahead and pull it right open.
So
Fire and Blood coming straight through. When a friendly unit is performing melee attack before rolling attack dice, choose one. If you control a horse, you choose two. This attack may reroll any misses. Gains Thunder and gains Vicious. Wow, okay, trying to really boost these veterans up right now.
This one says before, this one says it's successfully charged.
then you're good.
Alright. So let's just roll.
Trying to get these veterans as yoked as physically
You
possible.
don't get your charge bonus.
So these veterans are going to have
So I'm going to charge inside, and then I'm going to
Sundering
play
and Vicious.
Fainting Maneuver.
Okay.
new card.
Let's get Josh's face out of here.
Gotcha.
There we go.
Fainting Maneuver is going to be the next card up. So it looks like we're doing a little bit of a combo, a little bit of Fire and Blood combo into Fainting Maneuver. Fainting Maneuver, when a friendly unit successfully charges, if that unit contacted the front of the enemy aligned to any flank of the enemy
So
instead,
basically,
that
if
unit
I
contacted
charge
a
the
flank
front, I get
aligned
move
to the
the
rear.
flank, my charge the flank, I
Before the
get
game
to the
begins, remove the overrun Texas card from your Texas deck and replace it with this card. Okay. Oh, snap. If he can get this and do a Surge Forth, that's huge. So, this is the Hail Mary coming out from Logan. Logan trying to take this game back with this play right here. So far, he has been unable to handle the Sworn Brothers, their numbers, and how well they fight. Right now, though, he has positioned himself in a way to where he is fully sandwiching in the Sworn Brothers that have been doing so much pain to him all game, attacking from the rear. If he can finish this plate off here, he can be back in this game. If he doesn't, his rear of his Swordsmasters are open to, oh my gosh, a whole other unit of Sworn Brothers, a whole unit of conscripts, a unit of veterans. Wow. Crazy morale save thrown out by Josh. Josh failing his panic test, leaving him down to one unit. Gone. He went for his undying save and made it. This is Logan's Hail Mary. If Logan wants to get back in the game, this is how he does. He needs to utilize Surge Forth with a maneuver and a reposition. He needs to not have his flank opened up. He can still take this game back. They have about half an hour left in the match. With one big plate of Sworn Brothers gone, it's going to make the next plate so much easier. We can still see a full plate of Unsullied Swordmasters sitting on the southern side of the field with the objective ready to go. Now remember, if you're holding objectives, you move it 2 inches. So he won't be able to charge up, towards the veterans up north, but he should be able to reposition himself well enough into threatening a rear flank against the next plate of Sworn Brothers.
The ones that kill to get a search for. I know, I'm just telling you.
A little bit of repositioning here, just as I. Oh, man down! Man down! The king has fallen!
So you gotta clear the spray. There you go. Okay. I'm going to. We've already activated everything except that guy, right? Yeah. I'm going to place.
It's like chess, where if you knock over the king, you lose, right?
Yeah. I'm going to place Bow and Marsh on the bags.
I did not activate these guys. I got a free maneuver with
Oh, that's right. You're right.
I told him it's like chess. If you knock over
I
the
got a
king,
free
you
maneuver
lose.
with these guys.
Not
I haven't
playing.
activated them.
No, they're just repositioning and playing off it. I don't see any problem.
I'm gonna take the bags.
It wasn't too much of a movement. People fell off, not the plate.
And I'm going to put a weakened token on your Unsullied. Which one? Actually, I'm going to put it on half.
All right.
Put a weakened token on half.
Okay, looks like Josh took bags, healed up his conscripts there. conscripts. This is kind of a goofy one that he tossed in. I'm curious
Took it too early.
to his strategy behind it. Let's take a look at the conscripts. So the conscripts are the now the middlemost gray plate on the right side. They hit on 4s on a 6-5-4 attack line. They save on 5s, so they're not tanky. They they save morale on 7s, so they're scaredy cats. But it can suffer wounds to give wounds. Yes, you heard me correctly. The conscripts can sacrifice their own life to give life to others on the battlefield, meaning they are really, really good setups. Let's see what Josh has paired with them. They're very, very good utility. Paired with them, he has the Watch Recruiter. The Watch Recruiter. This one's a little bit harder for me to pull up accurately on the screen for you. Let's try it here. Okay, Watch Recruiter is right here. So it has an order. When this unit is performing melee attack before rolling attack dice, you gain vicious and roll it highest. So that at least makes it somewhat of a combat unit for the conscripts if they have to scrap. I don't want them to. But every time they activate, they get wounds back. And if you get crowns, you get 2 wounds. This allows them to continue spreading their wounds across the battlefield and heal back up. Absolutely fantastic.
Josh, your face is hitting the street.
Better card than I thought. I take it back. I was making fun of the conscripts.
This just basically means instead of
I take it back.
maneuver or an action, you restore 3 wounds.
So what I'm seeing here is, with the conscripts still on the field,
Yeah, 'cause the one guy already has 2.
Basically, it's just
healing up everybody.
Alright.
Full plate of Swarm Brothers. Essentially a 1 rank. And a 3-set cav. It's not looking good for Logan. Logan now has both objectives, and what he needs now, strategy-wise, is to just control the objectives for 2 or 3 more rounds and just catch up in points. But as there's only 25 minutes left on the clock. Not even. There's 20 minutes left on the clock.
That's okay.
Go get a 20-minute warning. Actually, I'll be right back.
Should have remembered my activation. Oh wait, I can still do it. I just can't. I'm not gonna do it right now.
going to put Daenerys.
20-minute warning, my friends. 20-minute warning.
Daenerys on there.
Yeah.
I'm going to draw 2 of my tactics cards.
Oh, so you're saying I need
And
to
then
pick up
put
those? Okay.
Oh, it was remove a token from the bag. It's not place.
That's, but I've
So
been
you
waiting
wouldn't have had a
the whole
weekend
game
anyway.
for you to give me the warning.
Instead, I'll put a.
Actually, just keep that on there because I'm just going to put it right there. Sorry.
There you go. I had my places backwards.
So long,
Then, oh,
farewell.
your
I'm back, my friends. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate that.
I get to put 2 back. Which I'll just sneak it.
I appreciate that, man.
And then I'm gonna take.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Siffy Sif.
And I'm going to.
Looks like Josh is moving his conscripts forward now. I think Josh has already made the Yeah, he has. I can see the positioning. So, Josh has already made the calculation of VP, of how long he needs to hold his objective marker versus Logan holding his. With that in mind, he's now using the conscripts and putting them around this spiked barricade, and he's going to do the same with the Sworn Brothers most likely to
You have them on the left, right? I just got one.
it's essentially put his objective marker behind the spiked barricade so that Logan cannot come up and get to him. He's going to make a literal wall of bodies. He does not think that they're going to finish a couple rounds in time, the rounds needed for Logan to bounce back in VP. So he's just going to try to turtle up here, protect his 1 objective, and call it good. I guess now would be a good time for me to take a look at their list right now and see if they have any alternative ways of scoring. There are some lists that have certain cards or NCUs that give you victory points if you score certain conditions. Logan's list does not have those, as he's running Illyrio to heal and Daenerys to have better combats. And Josh's list is not running that is not running anything that gives them victory points either, so they are just scoring purely based off of these objective holdings.
They get the same card. It's all good.
It's okay, the two that I drew off canaries are the same thing.
Alright, it's your go.
Okay. Alright, so the first thing we're gonna do is put canaries.
Alright.
We'll put canaries on the bag.
To those of you just tuning in, we are moving into, I think, round
Okay.
4 or 5 here. I can go ahead and take a look here in just a second, but I think we're moving into the beginning of round 4. Measuring out what seems to be a potential charge. Josh is currently up by a few victory points, holding them on rounds 2 and 3.
I wanted to get near side. I would need a 3 either way.
Josh now turtling
5, maybe 4.
to maintain his final
say
VP. It took Logan too long to contest that middle victory point. So now Josh knows that since I just called a 20-minute timer about 5 minutes ago, Josh knows that he just needs to turtle up at this point, make sure that his objective is held, and he should win off a VP alone. Points are short though. This is a very close match. We do not see
I'm going to
a ton of blowouts.
Rowan on the letters.
I'm going to play
2 cards.
Josh has been posturing well all
I'm
game.
going to put a weakened token on your calf now.
what Farley does is this unit, when the further your activates, that unit drops a
And then
Again, thank you, Josh, for seeing that. This stream looks good. For sure, after this first match, I can already see a couple things I want to add to it, a couple little additions, whether it be a dice camera. I think I'm going to zoom the camera out a little bit more in between rounds 1 and 2, so I can try to see the tactics board. But it's fun right now. It's the vision is coming together. There's not a lot of stores that are doing streaming their war games, so I'm excited to be a early adopter, especially one of the first in this region to potentially regularly stream tournaments. Sif isn't all we're doing. We also like to play Kill Team here. We like to play 40k. I'm getting some aquatic elves ready for Hot Sigmar Summer.
You're going to measure from the arrow to see if you're in range. If you're thinking about double shooting.
Yeah.
Logan is currently measuring a charge. That's guaranteed. That's guaranteed. I almost never measure a charge with my units if they're that close. I'm like, I get to move 6 inches. Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's going to use his free maneuver on activation, move up 6 inches. Look and read that it's, what, about 7 inches. He needs to roll like a 2 on the dice. He can do that.
But if you do an actual shot,
Logan going in for a charge needs to roll a 2 on the dice here to make it to the Sworn Brothers. Pop these up right now. There we go. It's going to be the engagement that we're about to have. Horsey scooching.
you can get the front.
Is that a scooch? Why'd he scooch? Uh-oh. Oh no, we can see Logan's phone. Aw, somebody send him something goofy. Send him like a picture of SpongeBob sitting on a cabbage, chewing a cigar. How many people showed up for the tournament? Tragedy befell us. We got overshadowed by a Ohio Invitational today. And had multiple people cancel last minute last night. It stinks, stinky poo-poos. We had 3 canceled to me privately, and about 3 or 4 canceled on Discord. And then a guy who was going to bring 2 others, he had, I think they went to the RCQ in Ohio. So only 4 showed up, but that means that we get to have a cozy little small tournament, treat it like an invitational, and everybody gets a little bit of stream time today. Just make it pretty fun. Should make it pretty fun. I'm honestly excited to be here streaming and talking and hanging out. I'm excited to see some of these lists that I've watched these players talk to me in the shop about, and we've like strategized lists together here and there. Paint schemes especially, trying to get everybody to paint up their models, but oh my gosh, dude, Sif is hard to paint, man. Whenever you're running like 2 lists of maybe like 5 to 8 unique plates and 12 units of plate, you painting them becomes a Herculean task. All right, this is going to be a charge in from these Sworn Brothers on top of the Dothraki veterans. That charge that Logan was measuring up earlier, he did not want to take the risk. He did not like being forced to roll a 2 or higher on the dice. Did not take the risk and just position. Allowing a crackback from these Sworn Brothers here.
Sundering plus an extra die because I'm at full ranks. This will be
Sworn Brothers coming in. They are full ranks. They're going to be rolling 7 attack dice, hitting on 3s. They may re-roll any attack dice. Josh is putting hits aside. Josh hits with all 7. 7 hits coming in. I think I see a couple of 6s in there, turning them into sundering.
Yep. You get at -1.
5.
Not bad.
All right, looks like we got 3 blocks on Logan's side. Logan tossing a horsey out of the way. It's on its way to go become a Big Mac.
Send the treat.
You still have to take a panic test
I do have to still
before
take
you do
it.
anything.
That was dark. My bad. Panic save coming in. Failing the panic save and dropping another neighbor. Okay, that was bad again. I'm done experimenting with being silly in that regard. 1 horse going down to a failed panic
But
save.
if it's my commander unit, I get to reroll the retreat distance,
There you go.
which I'm going to do. Okay, I 1 into a 1. That's fantastic.
Is that retreat die? Yes, that is a retreat die. The Dothraki veterans using their order after you have a melee attack targeting you, you may retreat for free. Horsey's got out of there.
There you go.
This is what I was.
And Josh is holding him down.
Let's see if I want to do. We'll put him.
Uh-huh. We have about a 10-minute warning now. 10 minutes left on the field. I'm gonna go tell the folks. I'll be right back.
There you go.
You can't do anything except for just take it.
I got you. I'm gonna place this guy
Yep.
on the horse.
Yep.
I get to heal conscript,
Yep, I'm running out.
and I get a free maneuver here.
Josh now maneuvering back. Josh putting his Sworn Brothers up here. Excuse me. Healed him up. Did he heal them up with some conscripts? I see a conscript missing. Don't remember if that conscript was missing 5 minutes ago. So
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
do not have the
They've
capability
already
to
activated,
scroll
right?
back. Actually, I think I do. I think I do have the capability to scroll back here. If I watch myself on live.
And then, yeah, 2 plus whatever you roll. So it looks like you're gonna need like a 3 or a 4. So measuring from the arrow.
What about
Yeah.
7 inches? He needs to roll like a 2 on the dice.
So you're looking at a 3 at least.
Have anything else or,
It's going down to a failed pull a 2.
I'm gonna do the fire and blood.
Okay.
Melee attack.
Make sure you show them.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Rightio, rightio. Fire and blood. Fire and blood.
You know.
Fire and blood from the tactics deck coming in.
Okay.
Fire and blood reads: when a friendly unit is performing a melee attack before rolling attack dice, choose 1. If you control horsey, choose 2. This attack may reroll any misses.
So
Suffering
you're gonna do it,
efficiency.
right?
Yeah.
You need 6 to get in, or less than 6, so go ahead.
Melee attack.
Fainting maneuver again.
Okay. Make sure you show them.
Josh, I feel bad for you having to.
You're fine.
Fainting maneuver. Fainting maneuver coming in. Fainting maneuver reading: whenever a unit successfully charges, you can take yourself from the front to the flank. If you charge flank, you can take yourself from flank to rear. Logan now trying to score as many points as possible with his last 10 minutes. He realizes that he has no shot of getting that objective token off of Josh, nor is it going to matter. They're not going to get to another round. So he's going to try to break as many units as possible in the meantime to try to score some points that way in the overall tournament. For those of you who may not know, the tournament is scored in 2 ways. The tournament is scored with the victory points that you've accrued or the enemies that you've destroyed.
Just the rest, or just one to reroll.
I'm gonna re-roll the 3 just because I'm gonna try to get it.
Okay.
It should be 6.
Okay.
Still the same.
So I'm saving 4
Yeah.
with -1 to the flank.
Yep.
So this will save my lives. And then you want me to reroll those actually?
Strange way for Josh to start removing his units. He moved him kind of an L shape there on the side. Oh, he's already counted. Got you. He already counted them out. Dice cam would be nice. Absolutely, Josh. Absolutely, Josh. On the bright side, Josh over here is pretty good at taking his dice, taking what hits, making a little pile of what hits, a little pile of what misses, a little pile of what crits. He has good etiquette on that. You can tell that he's watched a couple more game videos before to know kind of where to put them so that the commentator can go back and easily look at it. But yeah, I do think a dice cam right over here on the right side would be really, really nice. Probably like right above chat. Move chat down a little bit.
That's right, Dad.
Alrighty, we have a Jon Snow Stand United Brothers is what we got going on over there. Let's take a look at Stand United Brothers and what it does. Stand United Brothers is over here on the top. Let's see if I could. The more I zoom, the worse it becomes. But if I zoom in so much, there we go. There you go. It's the one on the right. Start at any turn, target 1 friendly combat unit, remove up to 4 models from other friendly units, restore that many wounds. If it's Jon Snow's unit, restores 2 more. Rude, dude. That is He says, "You hurt me? How dare you?" Mega heal coming in by the holy light above. 5-minute warning for the players. I'm going to go announce it now. Mega healing coming in on the Night's Watch side. Sorry I couldn't make it. Your 5-year-old had a game and you're coach. That's cool. I feel that. I feel that. That's the way it works out. I assume it's baseball. And if so, who won? Did your kid hit any dingers? Did your kid hit any dingers like the Sworn Brothers are dinging their swords on the face of these Unsullied? They are absolutely wrecking the Unsullied right now.
I would have gained 1 when activated. And then I think we clean up, right?
Yep.
Alright. So we'll score. I'll score 1, you'll score 2. And you get your bits for scoring on those objectives. You will become panicked.
Alright, both players just got the 5-minute warning, and as I said that, I heard them talking about scoring, so they are at the end of the round now. Looking to head to the next sequence.
And then from that,
Curious to see if they're going to try to start up on anything, any sort of bonus scoring here.
but you can make one of those guys shift if they're close enough.
I think they're tallying up. I don't think that they're going to play another. No, they're going to try to play it out. Oh, they're going to play it out with 5 minutes left. New round. They're zipping. They're zooming. Uh-oh. What's this measurement he's trying to make? Are these sworn brothers? They're 4 inches? Remember, if you're holding an objective, you move at 2. Your movement is 2 inches. For sure makes it hard for unit lists with few combat units to actually play the game mode. Because your combat units need to be tanky enough to stand on them. What I think Logan's mistake was his list here ran Unsullied Swordsman, which is the DPS variation, but I want to show you guys the Unsullied Pikeman. I personally think that's what he should have been running. So let's show you the Swordmasters. So the Swordmasters are great DPS units. I mean, precision, reroll attack dice, hit on 3s.
Alright.
Great.
I think I got
The
it.
ones
If
I
just
really want to
move
show you here are their brothers, the Pikemen. The Pikemen are made to hold an objective. They are going to hit on 3s, 7, 7, 4. That double 7 stat line does matter a lot. It's actually huge. And the big order there is Shield Wall. If an enemy is performing a melee attack on the unit after rolling defense dice, you block hits automatically for each rank. And if you get charged from the front or flank, you get a free attack on the attacker before they hit you. So you're set for charge, kind of like a porcupine. Alrighty. The light that brings the dawn. The light that brings the dawn coming in from the Night's Watch side.
And then Sundering.
Light that brings the dawn when a friendly unit is performing a melee attack for rolling attack dice. This attack may reroll any misses. If your friendly Night's Watch unit activates, attach them till they fail a panic test.
Spend the vulnerable to make you reroll.
And then they get +1 morale saves. It's a good attachment card. Good attachment card. Seems that he did not utilize that though. They're rerolling any sort of misses right now. Low gain going against him. It's going to be a 4/4. 1 and a 2. Oof. On a very big block. Ah! That is a decimation. Oh no. Oh, if Logan fails the panic test, I see a 6 and a 4. He's good.
Steal the objective because I have more ranks than you.
Ooh, if Logan failed that panic test, that would have been rough.
And then they get to attack back.
That would have been really rough.
They get
That would have given Josh those extra few cheeky points.
3 on 3.
And that is game, y'all. I'm going to go tell people to start cleaning up. I'm going to get total tallies, and I'm going to be right back to you guys. So, the game at this point is going to cease up. I'm going to kick you guys over to commercial. We'll be back in just a little bit, okay?
Yeah, shake.
2 dice, and they don't have sunrise.
right, folks, the final tallies came in for Logan v. Josh, and I have good news. Logan, our GOAT, was the winner. Logan was the winner with 7 VP scored and 12 points destroyed. Those sworn brothers that got beaten on Josh's side are worth a total of 9 destruction points, like 9 points. And Ghost went down too, so that's a total of 12 points killed. If you recall, Logan played it very defensively, and Josh was only able to take out 6 points worth of Logan's units. So that is a 12 points destroyed on Logan's side to Josh's 6 points destroyed. Logan was able to hold that final round of objectives, of double objectives, putting him just ahead enough in VP, putting Logan at 7 points and Josh at 5. So the final tally of game 1, Logan v. Josh, has Logan as the winner at 7 VP, 12 destroyed. Josh, 5 VP, 6 destroyed. Fantastic fight there, fantastic fight. I'm going to go get the rest of the stats from the other players, and then we're going to be jumping into game 2. Stick around. See you in a second. just a minute, but right now I actually need to put into the tournament page the final numbers. So the final numbers for the tournament, today we have Logan, Josh, Tommy, and West facing off. Logan scored 7 VP, destroying 12. Josh scored 5, destroying 6. Tommy destroyed 6, scored 0. West, or sorry, Tommy scored 6, destroying 0. West scored 6, destroying 18. So West, congratulations on the win. Logan, congratulations on the win. Putting their wins into the tournament picture right now. And then we're going to see who pairs up on the track for next match so they can get started up. If you guys want to follow along, you guys can go to ASOIAF stats. I would Google it. There is a ASOIAF-stats.com. You can find our tournament if you research games or local in your area.
I messed up. You should not take it many games.
Alright, let's go right over here. So, current round, we had
I feel like Davy Jones is about to figure it out.
7 VP on Logan, 5 VP on Josh, 6 destroyed on Josh, 12 destroyed on Logan. Submit results, and then now we're moving over into the Tommy versus Blackboard list. It seems that Tommy was running.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Knowing
Oh wait, I need to go ask him.
what else he thinks.
How'd that work, guys?
He won by 1 point.
Gregor and Davos.
Isn't that always frustrating when you're like,
Tommy was playing.
you're
Tommy
like,
was playing Gregor,
I
clicking
know
him
this
out.
game keeps going, I would
And
like he would
West was
probably.
playing Davos. Tommy scored 6, and so did West. The both scored MVP. However, Tommy said that his dice were not working today. He said that the dice were defective and broken. He needs to send them back and buy some from his favorite local game store named Game Grove. Because he rolled a big old goose egg on points destroyed. West coming out with 8. The results are now submitted.
What made you get through stuff because you're having
If I didn't have
West,
the
the next round is
would have
going to
been
be
That's the difference.
because the fact that they can do
shut.
3-2 for
Up
shoot
is going
guy,
to be a
shoot
fast
game.
for Crows. Game mode. We're going to draw the new round now. All right, we're going to have Logan and West versus Tommy and Josh. Logan on stream, West on stream as well. So West, Tommy, and Josh. I'll go inform the players, let them know that they have 15 minutes set up, and then I'll be right back with you guys after
That's what I was telling. I was like, we all
to
get the
go
bait
over the
each
list right before the match starts. All right, see you guys soon. up, folks? Ramsey is back here with the start of round 2 of our April 2024 SIF tournament. On the left, we have the returning champion from the last table from round 1, Logan, facing up against West. West is bringing in a Baratheon army today. Logan bringing in a different list than last time. Let's go ahead and scroll through the player lists really So, Logan's list first. He's running Khal Drogo as a commander. Khal is an expert duelist, okay? Meaning each time the unit performs a, let's see here, can we get that on stream better? Not really, no. Okay, that's fine. He has expert duels. Each time he performs a melee attack, you can choose to deal an additional wound or target unit for free cash. Oh, stand by, question.
I was like, how can I not even use this for me? What is that one? Oh yeah, I needed it. Then I was like, you know what? Rodrigo is pretty good. Oh yeah, that's my buddy's message, because I'm still relatively new to this. I was asking them about this army list, and they were trying to tell me how to play it, and what is up there, lovely.
So do you want to just do 2 more, like 1 each?
Yeah, we'll just do one each.
1 each? Yeah. You're welcome to go first, or?
I'll pick, yeah. We'll put, let me.
I cannot pick this.
Yeah, you can't pick bodies. I'll do a tree right here.
Okay.
I think it has to be at least
6 inches.
Yeah, so yeah, we're good.
And then I'll put this, sorry.
No, you're good. Ooh. I think it also has to be
6 inches from the.
well, I think all those pictures will come out of home. Is that how that works?
Yep.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
All right. Now we're back. Sorry about that. That was a question. Don't know how much of it you guys were able to hear. That was Josh coming in. He has a card called Take the Black. And it allows him to take an attachment that he killed and attach it to his own unit, which is sick. And he asks, hey, what happens if I kill their commander? Do I get to keep their commander on my plate? Because if so, oof. The answer is no. Commanders are not. Attachments cost points. Commanders do not. Dr. Waffles, what's up, Waffles? How you doing? Office, Dr. Waffles' office. Is there a reason why it's office Waffles, not just Dr. Waffles?
It just says outside of the deployment zone, like 6 inches from another piece of terrain. So as long as you're not within
The list we are looking at today, we're going to go ahead and go right back through them here. Where were we?
Yeah, roll D6.
There we go. We're going to take a look at Logan's list, not his player score. Stop.
Oh, that was for you to hold
Don't
on
be
to
mean.
if you want to check anything.
Back to
about
Logan's
Logan.
list. Logan is running Khal Drogo. He's running Dothraki veterans with Khal Drogo on him. We saw them a lot last game. They have a little bit of ranged, a little bit of melee attack. They can re-roll. No, they can't re-roll. They are the retreat ones. After they attack or are attacked, they can retreat for free.
I will.
He's running Screamers. Screamers are a little bit different with a 6 speed, 3 attack dice hit on 7 4s, 5 and 5s on the save and morale. They make units vulnerable after they charge them, and they have Sundering. They're paired with Kotho. Kotho says that this unit cannot become weakened. That's awesome. Enemies engaged suffer -1 in morale tests and an additional wound from failing panic tests. And each time an enemy engaged with this unit fails a panic test, this unit restores 2 wounds. So it looks like the Dothraki Screamers are coming in with Kotho. I don't know if that's enough double down, though, on the panic tests. I feel like the Dothraki don't really have Viscers or anything. Seems weird to put a panic test unit on him, but maybe it's just enough sauce to turn a middling unit into a top tier unit.
Basically,
Looking down at the Outriders are probably going to control the pace of the game. The Outriders, as you are looking at right now, have both short range and melee. Short range and melee both hit on 4s. Short range 7-4 attack dice, depending on ranks. Melee being 5-4. Defense is a 5-5, movement is 6. If this unit has not performed a maneuver from cavalry this turn, specifically if they do not use their free maneuver, they get to make their attacks precise at a +1 to their hit and long range.
2 units of Outriders.
Oh! Oh, that is good. The Outriders are super good. Paired with them, he has Hogo. Unit cannot become weakened after they complete a melee attack. If the defender suffered any wounds, restore a wound +1 wound for each short ranks on the defender. The other Outriders attachment is Rakaro. Rakaro making it so that the Outriders cannot be weakened. After a friendly unit in long range is attacked, you can perform a charge maneuver. Or you may reroll any retreat dice. Whenever you retreat from people, they become panic and weakened. Same NCUs as last game. Illyrio for a little bit of healing, and Danny for attack rerolls. That is Logan's list here. Let's go ahead and take a look at West's list. Here, we can actually scroll up Logan's list and kind of show the commander there. There you go. Meanwhile, let's take a look at West's list. West told me that he is running Axel Florent today. Axel Florent today. Okay. I'm going to show it up right here. Not a handsome feller, but he is good. Enemies engaged with this unit suffer -1 in morale tests and +1 wound from failing morales, and that unit itself gets a +2 morale test. Very, very solid buff as a commander. He's pairing them with House Bolton Blackguards. Bolton Blackguards having 4 speed, 4 attack dice, hit on 6-5-4, 3 defense, 6 morale, vicious. Whenever they perform a melee attack before resolving the attacker, they suffer a panic test. So every time the Black Gold swing, you suffer a panic test, and then another one after they swing. Pretty nice. That is, of course, who Axel is on. We then have the R'hllor Lightbringers. The Lightbringers are an archery unit. They move at 5 long range. 3, they hit on 3, so they attack dice is 7-6-4 if they're long range. They do have melee, it's a lot weaker. They hit on 5s, 5-4-3 for the attack range. We have 4 and 6 on their defense morale. They have vicious, and if the defender fails a panic test, target 1 other enemy in short range of that unit, they suffer a panic test with -2 to their roll. So we have a mean Baratheon list coming in that wants to make you do panic tests the entire time. Paired with the R'hllor Fateful is Davos. Davos allows you to suffer wounds and restore the wounds back. If you guys remember the conscripts from last game, Davos just has that ability. It's called Supply Aid. Very, very good. Also says that this is a true Baratheon unit. Each time it attacks an enemy with more remaining ranks, you can reroll attack dice. R'hllor Lightbringers coming in clutch here. There's also the Faithful. Hit on 4s, 7-6-4. Defense values of 5-4, respectively. They get faith tokens. They begin the game with a faith token. Every time they pass a morale test, they gain a faith token. Okay, they can use these faith tokens to gain +1 hit and vicious when performing melee attacks. They can use them to restore 1 wound, +1 wound for each of the defender's short ranks after completing a melee attack, or they can re-roll any charged distance dice and their enemies that are charging become panicked when they're charging. So, over the course of the game, the R'hllor Faithfuls, as long as they're passing morale tests, they're getting faith tokens and expending them for big, dirty buffs. Paired with them is a Bolton Flayer. The Bolton Flayer is going to make it so that whenever the enemy this unit is engaged with fails a panic test, you may target 1 other enemy long range, and they also take a test. So we're going to see a lot of triggers. It's going to be very confusing. I'm going to try to keep up with it as often as possible with you guys. We're going to do our best to keep up with all these panic triggers today. We also have the Baratheon Sentinels. The Baratheon Sentinels are going to load it up. I thought they were wardens. I was wrong. They are 5 speed. They hit on 4s with a 7-5-4 attack line. Their defense values are 4 and 6 respectively. They have Sentinel. After another friendly unit is attacked in long range, this unit performs 1 charge or maneuver. If charging, you must target the attacker. Amazing. Free maneuvers, always good. Double hammers, sundering. Okay, so not too strong of a stat line, but they give you free activations, free maneuvers. We're all about that here. Paired with Master Warden himself. Order! Hold the line! When this unit activates, target one enemy engaged with this unit. It suffers 2 hits, plus 1 hit for each of this unit's remaining ranks. So the more you attack into the wardens, the more you're hurting yourself. They have Thornmail. For my video gamers who play a lot of RPGs, you guys know what Thornmail is. He has Thornmail. Now, 3 NCUs coming in from West Sides here. He's running Melisandre. I know you guys can't see the fonts. I'll try to read it to you here. Melisandre is an influencer, so you can attach her to a combat unit until the end of round whenever she claims a zone on the tactics board. Whenever she influences a unit, they suffer 2 wounds in a panic test. If you do target one enemy... Ooh, so she influences a friendly unit and gives them 2 wounds in a panic test. If you do that, suffer one enemy combat unit in long range. They suffer a panic test with a -2 to their roll and +2 wounds on failure. If it's a Relore unit, that Relore unit becomes vicious. That's who he's putting on the Relore Faithful. That's how the Relore Faithful are getting Faith tokens. That's how the Relore Faithful are going to ramp up into absolute brutal monsters this game. Additionally, we have Alistair Florent. Alistair Florent has shifting loyalties, so he gets the game with 3 tokens on him, okay? Over the course of the game, whenever he claims a zone, after resolving the zone's effect, you can remove a token. If you do, move it to an empty zone or switch zones with an MCU. This is to deny spots on the tactics board from your opponent. Last but not least, we have Celise and Shireen, the queen and the princess, coming up here. They have fervent conviction, so it is an influence unit. Whenever they influence a unit, each time it passes a morale test, one enemy is engaged. This unit is engaged and suffers 1 wound. So another unit that's put on the Relore Faithful. Looks like a lot of these NCUs are made to help the Relore Faithful unit. Additionally, they can use a sub-ability that is not an influence ability, and once per game when a friendly combat unit is destroyed, instead it's not destroyed, put them back in play with a D3 wounds. Until the end of the game, it is considered a Relore unit. He can actually sacrifice his Bolton Blackguards into them, use Celise and Shireen's ability to turn the Bolton Blackguards into a Relore unit to buff with the rest of his NCUs. So we have a very fancy list here. This is something that is well thought out. I actually want to go pick his brain and ask him, yo, is this a Reddit list or a top of the dome list? Because I'll be honest, I like this list. I'm going to go pick West's brain for just a second. I think I'm going to try to wiggle the camera around a little bit just so that we get more of a better view. But we'll be jumping in just a moment.
Curious, West.
Yeah.
This list you're running, is this a Reddit list, a research list, or off the top of your dome?
Off the top of it.
I like it a lot. I was going through it like, okay, I see what's going on. Okay, I think I see what's going on. Okay, that's going to be good. And then I get down to the end and CUs, and I'm like, okay, he's going to put that on Relore Faithfuls. Okay, that's another good combo with Relore Faithfuls. Oh, he can turn the Bolt units into Relore into Relore units.
It's already a Relore unit.
Oh, because he's in it? Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, wow. So I really like your list. All right, we're starting up. Good luck, guys.
Do these stick?
If they control the objective, it sticks, right? The same, Josh?
It has to stick. You have to still be on the court.
Okay.
And the first move of the match is underway. Initial activation coming off from Logan here. I'm going to go take a look at the board and take stock on where stuff is. It's pretty hard to see which unit is what right now. I may have to make little like notepads on where these guys are. Dr. Waffles, you have not been ignored. How are you doing today, my friend?
Any ending of any part of this tray on an objective token claims it, place that token on the unit's tray to show that it's claimed.
Oh, wow. That's what I wanted to do. All right, I'm going to take some.
Objective card here for that one. I will get that one.
Score points on the objective so you can't into the second round.
This one is when you score points, you control the objective.
That's a 3-inch shift.
Yeah. also, which I don't know how well you can see from there, I've marked which one is the unit.
Oh, okay, cool.
So that is the main wagon, or is
I got this. I'm gonna take Crescent, and I could NCU.
Folks, we are back. I just got a better understanding of the battlefield. So what we are looking at right now, we're going to go from the left side on Logan's units first, what they are, where they're placed, and then we're going to go over to West's right side, where the units are placed. So currently on the corpse pile in the top center of the screen are the Dothraki veterans that does have the Khal Drogo commander on them. They were the first to move. Directly behind them is a team of screamers. The two at the middle and bottom, so the two red units on the left side middle, left side bottom, are the Dothraki Outriders. Those are the pseudo-rangers on the back of horses, whereas the two melee horses are up there on the north side of the screen in red. On the right side, going top down, okay, we have the Sentinels with the Grandmaster Warden on top on west side. That's the cream pieces with the black attachment. Right below it is the Bolton unit, is the Bolton Cutthroats Blackguards is the Bolton Blackguards. Right beneath that in brown. Right beneath the brown units, the Blackguards, we have the Lore Lightbringers. They are the Ranger units. And then right below that, Lore Lightbringers, we have the Lore Faithful. That is the really utility panic test. Try to make Voltron with your tactics cards and with your attachments on this unit type thing. So that is going to be a good start off on our positionings. So we have at the northernmost section of the screen, we have the vets, and then we have these screamers coming in right next to them. Looks like a little bit of positioning going on here. We can see both players.
Their movement is 4, 8, so 8 inches.
Okay, go Buzz on the phone.
The movement 8?
4, I'm marching now.
Oh, okay.
I'll look at this.
Alright.
Your turn.
Over on west side, we have the Bolton Blackguards moving up a little bit of posturing. The game mode that they are playing right now is a Feast for Crows. Feast for Crows. I'll go over the rule set of a Feast for Crows for you guys, because it actually is a really, really fun one. This was one of my favorite ones. So in Feast for Crows, you start on the battlefield with 2 corpse piles. The corpse piles slow your speed and make it so that you have negative panic tests if you're near them, which are very, very good. As you kill people, they become corpse piles. Okay, these corpse piles start with objective markers on them. If you stand on top of that corpse pile, you can get the objective marker. You will start scoring at the beginning of round 2. You will get a victory point for every objective you control that was on the corpse pile.
No, you're good, you're good. I don't know if you're trying to card or something.
And you have to stay on the corpse pile. If for any given point you get off the corpse pile, you drop your token. If you fail a panic test or are destroyed while on that corpse pile, you drop your token. So everybody's going to be fighting over the objectives on top of these corpse piles, making a literal mountain of bodies. Again, a Feast for Crows game mode.
Got it.
Players posturing at the moment. Watching Logan fix a wedgie.
I will activate. I'll activate these guys.
West measuring out his sentinels right now. Whenever we start getting into active engagements, we're going to go ahead and pull up the unit cards here on the left and right of the screen. But this is round one. This is a lot of positioning. This is time for you to go get a spot of tea. Unless these Outriders are staring at long range. Nope, not in there, buddy. Not in there, buddy. But can he position close enough to get a short range attack on his Outriders? Ooh, I don't know. Recheck. Are you in 6? You're not. Not in 6. All right. Just out of range. Good little scoot forward on that. Bolton's really abusing the fact that they only have 6 range on him. Yeah, that's not going to make it. It's going to be about 7 or 8 inches out. So close. Very, very wise on West to not just push his unit across the board. He actually played just out of that range. That was fantastic.
Okay.
You may out political me, but you're not going to outfight me.
I'm gonna move these guys. I'll march them.
Alright.
Let me think about this. I've moved 7 inches so far.
Ooh, all right. Looks like we're gonna have our first little engagement there. It seems that a panic token was placed pretty early on. Relure Lightbringers pushing up just a little bit. I saw that long range measurement straight out. Push a little token on the unit, trying to do a little bit of debuff action here.
Oh, okay.
If you guys have any tea or any sort of drink or any snack that you want to go grab, now would be a fantastic, fantastic time.
Yeah, they will.
And I'm going to scroll back.
Seven.
The first move of this game.
With nothing special on them yet. But
All right.
you got 4 of them.
Alright, I'm targeting 3s.
Looks like a shot is going through there on Logan's side. His Outriders.
Alright, so Remlers. Panic test, they are looking for, it's a 6, but this gives them +2, so they're looking for a 4.
Here are the Outriders. Outriders going in, shooting at the Bowman.
Okay.
There you go. Shooting at the Lightbringers. Lightbringers.
I'll go
Remember,
ahead
they also have long
and,
range.
Take,
Vicious if the defender fails their panic tests. Choose another enemy. Make them do a panic test.
oh, that was my wound. I just put it in a really weird place.
You put them in an NCU spot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can see that. That hurt a little bit.
I'll take Alistair for it, and I'll put him.
Both players posturing around a little bit more.
Let's restore that one.
There you go.
Looks like we got a little bit of heal going in there. I don't think it's anybody's special ability. I think he just took bags on the tactics board. Absolutely fine. Now we have the other Outriders moving up towards the position of the course pile. These Outriders are going to try to get as close as possible. I think without a march, they're not going to be able to get there, but they are going to open themselves up to a dirty, dirty, dirty barrage from the Lightbringers. The blackish units that you see down on from the top down, those are the long-range Lightbringers that we're staring at here. They have solid range in positioning in towards an attack on that corpse pile.
You get it if you just.
Additionally, if those Outriders get cut off by the Lightbringers, the brown-black cards over on the right, and the southernmost
So I have to actually be on
units
the
being the Ruler
list,
Faithful,
or did that say- okay.
that Outrider unit could see a untimely demise very, very swiftly.
I had enough
Logan
faith.
going up and tapping the first objective. Remember, we're going to score at the beginning of the second round. This is still the first round, so he's going to score at the beginning of the second round. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate this. I appreciate that. It is very. It's a lot more fun, honestly, commentating than I thought it was going to be. I really, really, really like the top down. We do have to do a little bit of mental maneuvering until I figure out the best camera setup to see which units are which. I did have to go out there earlier and draw a little diagram on a little piece of paper on where stuff was. But we currently have the Relore Faithful looking to see if they can charge in, possibly to the Outriders. I would not.
I just want to see. I'm gonna try to pivot these guys.
Scroll down, find their unit. Talk about them a little more. Here they are. Relore Faithful. These are the ones that start with tokens. Oh, okay. So there was not a panic token earlier. I was tripping, and they got the order token. So I rescind my panic token callback. But yes, these are the Relore Faithful. They get tokens over the course of the game. They can expend those tokens for a litany of things. Whenever the enemy performs melee attack, whenever you attack, whenever you charge, just they can use those tokens for like a grab bag of utility combat buffs. Okay, he's measuring the range. Nice and slow there, moving forward. For those of you who are curious, the players are playing today for $120 store credit. $120 store credit. We're big rollers over here. We like to roll tournaments. If anybody is curious on how the game plays out, a little bit of strategy, anything, go ahead, talk in chat. I got you. I got your back. I would love to teach you guys a little bit here. If you guys ever want to learn this game, you guys can come on down to Game Grove here in Hurricane/Tates Valley area of West Virginia.
Oh, I got it.
We play war games every single day, scheduled on our weekly streams. Oh, sorry, not a stream, schedule. But I do hope to start up streaming on a fairly regular basis. This is our first time through. So if you guys have any tips or any hints or any suggestions to make the stream better, please let me know. I will take just about anything at this point. I want to make the streams really, really cool.
That's it, bud.
So the players are encouraged to come in here and show me their pretty painted armies. I'm a sucker for good paint jobs. Alright, looks like we're doing a little bit of a cleanup phase here. Logan removing what seems to be activation tokens.
Beginning on round 2. Oh yeah, for
Potentially moving around 2 here.
You're good. Also, where would the third one come
To
from?
my knowledge, all units have activated but Sentinels. I don't see the Sentinels. So the northernmost cream colored plate on the right side are the Sentinels.
So
I don't think they
start
activated
around.
yet. At least if they did, we didn't catch them.
I'm gonna charge.
Let's go ahead and take a look at their card and see if there's something else that they could have been doing.
I'm gonna play.
So, after another friendly unit in long range is attacked, you can perform a charge and use Sundering.
I'm
Just a
playing
basic
fiery charge if you want to show that too.
unit. We have a tactics card coming in the west, activating the Sentinels with a tactics card here, and that's going to be Fiery Charge. Fiery Charge coming out from west. Let's take a look at what Fiery Charge
It's
does.
an automatic D6 on my charge. So they're already panicked.
A little bit hard to see. I can't scroll all the way up. It's going to be this this one right over here. It is a Axel Florin ability, so it is a commander tactics card. When a friendly unit is performing a charge action, before resolving that action, you automatically roll a 6 on the dice. The enemies are panicked, and after the attack is completed, unless you are a Relore unit, you become vulnerable, but all of his units are Relore. So, he automatically charges and panics somebody. Woo! Woo! That's going to be wild. Alright, so he is charging with the Faithful. Exactly what I feared earlier is what is coming to fruition. The Faithful are coming in to crack against the Dothraki Outriders right there. The dice coming across. The Faithful are rolling 7 dice. They need to hit on 4s. He's going to go ahead and make a little pile here. Make a pile of what stays. So that's going to be 2 hits. He's doing a reroll for the charge right now.
So
Aw,
7
he washes it.
hits.
All miss.
Any special things or just
So for your panic test, yes, but nothing for the attack.
Wow.
5?
How many hits? Alright, I'm going to go... Oh, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate that, man. It's up to the dice roll. Agreed. Alright, I'm going to go ask them if they can separate their dice
You're
from
going to get a
roll
minus
into
1,
little
2,
groups so I can kind of see.
Things, so minus 3 on that.
Folks, one request from y'all. One request from y'all. Whenever you roll your dice, can you take your hits and kind of put them into a little group and
Sure.
your misses a side and keep the hits so that we can kind of like see them?
Yeah.
And then whenever you roll, if you can roll your blocks and kind of push, kind of thing of how we do in like Kill Team, how we kind of line up the dice.
Yeah.
Can you kind of do that? Because it's easy visually that way. Your dice are a little bit small, and I was like,
I'm so sorry. I'll make it obvious next time.
it's okay. I'm gonna buy you some bright yellow Baratheon dice.
Yeah.
Alright, they have just
You don't want to go to fail the panic test. or
if
destroy
they can
one of you that is engaged with
separate
the
their
panic
dice
test.
whenever they roll into groups so that we can see the groups that hit and the groups that defend. That was a huge hit from the Faithful, though, doing a total of 5 wounds to the Dothraki Outriders. The Dothraki Outriders
Still panicked.
already losing
And then
their 2nd rank. So that was brutal. Now, both the Outriders and the Sentinels that are currently engaged face-to-face right now are fighting on top of a corpse pile, okay? So this corpse pile makes it so that whenever you take a panic test, you have a -1 to your panic test. Tactics card coming in of, we'll see it, Ride by Attack. Oh, brutal. Okay, so Ride by Attack, this is one that I like to sit on a soapbox and complain about for years. Ride by Attack is one of my least favorite abilities in the game. It's over here on the right. I'll go ahead and read it out to you. I know you guys cannot see the top. Ride by Attack is a Khal Drogo special ability, and it activates when a friendly cavalry unit selects its action during activation, but before resolving that action. So any time you use that unit, you can use this. And as its action, the unit may pivot, then march, even if you're engaged.
that was their
You may move through enemies. Enemies it disengages with cannot pivot and follow you. After completing the march, one enemy it moved through suffers 1 wound plus 1 wound for each of the enemy's remaining ranks. So that's going to be 4 wounds right out of the R'hllor Faithful as these Outriders just reposition. Bogus card. Plays Ride by Attack card. Marches through the Sentinels ranks, killing 4 automatically. No dice need to be rolled.
I'm going to use Alistair
That's a good time.
to
That's a good time.
pivot these
I love a good ability that's like, I'm not going to leave it up to luck. I'm not going to leave it up to fate. All right, so we have that second one coming in over on the side. I couldn't quite read that one, but we're going to go ahead and try to track it down.
It wasn't. It was Alistair Florent. It was. I was just showing.
What NCU he was activating.
So I'm doing that, but then I'm going to use his order token to move him to the healing.
So that flash to the camera was a NCU. That
I don't get to take the healing. I just claim it so that you can.
We can go right back over to Alistair in the list, though, and tell you guys what Alistair does. Alistair here, Florent, is moving NCUs around. So they're currently interacting with the tactics board. To those of you who do not know or who are learning about Sif, there's a second game being played on a side table. There's a small little board called the tactics board, and it has a few open slots. And you can use non-combat units and put them in those slots and get a temporary or immediate benefit to your army. A lot of the non-combat units have special abilities that allow you to get buffs based off of where you're standing at that Game of Thrones table. What Alistair does is he takes somebody's unit, removes them from that seat, and moves them somewhere else. So let's say that I have a card that is like, hey, if I control the horsey symbol at the table, I get big benefit. I could use Alistair, put him somewhere else, and then move you off of horsey. Very, very good. Very, very solid maneuver. However, a lot of people don't really run Alistair because you need that forethought. You need to be playing against it. Tactics card, Blood of the Dragon coming in. Over on the Logan side, Blood of the Dragon. Let's take a look at what Blood of the Dragon does. Start of any turn, target one friendly combat unit, attaches card to them until the end of the game. Place an order token whenever a friendly is destroyed. While it has a token, it gets +1 attack die, suffers -1 wound from failing panic test. So all you need is 1. So once your stuff starts dying, you get tokens, and as long as you have the first one, you're good to go. You get +1 attack die and -1 panic test wounds. Very solid. Very solid. The Relore Lightbringers pointed to in black right now. Looks like they're going to go in for an attack. Relore Lightbringers on.
I made sure when I moved them to put them in my front part.
Yep.
To get that. I can move them. I can shift them to magic.
Relore Lightbringers are going to position and do a little pivot. It seems a little shift pivot.
It's just such a weird angle to be shot at.
No, yeah, that's definitely in the front.
To try to shoot those Outriders without opening up their flank. Okay. We're cranking out 7 here. Let's take a look. Here comes the Archer Boys. Archer Boys are going to have, 4 hits. 4 hits right up there. Fantastic. Right against the Dothraki Outriders. Dothraki Outriders saving on 5s. So whenever somebody rolls for attack dice, you see how many you have hit. The defender then responds with rolling that many dice. Okay, so 4 hits. You need to roll 4 dice against it. And the Dothraki have a little shield symbol at the bottom left of their card. They need to roll a 5 on their dice to block those hits. Seems as if Logan did not roll a single 5, taking a total of 4.
It's 3 inches there.
Short range.
Short range, that's like 3.
I think you're in there. Yeah, you're in there.
Doing a little bit of positioning there, making sure that the objective token is indeed held on by that corpse pile. Remember, if the players leave the corpse piles that they're standing on, you can see them as the northmost and southmost little terrain cardboard cutouts on the board. Those are the corpse piles. If you leave those, you lose the objective. The objective is how you win this mode. You don't score points based off of killing enemies in this game mode. However, in tournament play, you do score points based off of killing enemies. So there's always a killy strategy, but it's more often than not volatile to go for a more killy strategy over a victory point condition win. This is going to be Logan activating his Screamers. His Screamers. Screamers right here. Screamers are a melee unit only. Okay, so they roll 7 dice if they have both ranks, 4 if they have 1. They hit on 3s, 5/5 saves, so they're not tanky, but they have Sundering, which makes it harder for their opponent to block. And if they charge people, they become vulnerable, which also makes it harder to block. The Dothraki Screamers are absolute beasts when it comes to charging into the other enemies. The Dothraki Screamers going in now. That is a charge roll. Whenever you charge an enemy, you have to roll a dice. If you roll a 1, you have a disorderly charge. If you do not disorderly charge, you get to re-roll your attacks. Any or all of your attacks on a charge, which is absolutely fantastic. So we have this DPS horse unit traveling up against these Bolton Blackguards right now. Let's get the Blackguards on screen. Corpse Files is so unsanitary. Dude, it's so rough. All I can think about whenever I see the Corpse File is the Battle of the Bastards. And it makes me claustrophobic. Every time. It makes me claustrophobic.
Yeah.
Alright, so these are the Blackguards that are being attacked into. We looked at them a little bit earlier. They're super tanky, man. They have 3 defense, 6 morale save. And whenever enemies perform an attack on them, before resolving that attack, they have to take a panic test. So these Outriders need to take a panic test right now. And I think that's what Logan is looking at his phone right now is a panic test. Bring out your dad. Wash your hands on the corpse pile. Panic test coming in. Yep, panic test coming in. It looks to be a 6 or a 7. Nope. Oh, wow. So Logan failed that panic test, rolling 3 wounds. Each horsey has 3 wounds. Brutal. So while it did look like Logan did roll well, I think he's incurring so many penalties from being around the black cards that he lost units. Here comes the actual attack, though. Logan was able to keep both ranks, allowing him to roll 7 dice, hitting on 3s. And it looks like it's going to be a total of 7 hits. 7 hits coming from the Dothraki Screamers. Now, the opponent is vulnerable, is sundered, meaning that their defenses are torn apart. These House Bolton Blackguards are going to have to roll super, super well to not get just washed out right here. Here it comes. Saving on 3s. Losing 4. Losing a full rank. Crazy hit. All right. After a unit is attacked, that unit needs to make a panic save. A panic save is very, very simple. You roll 2 d6s and a d3. Okay? The 2 d6s have to meet or exceed the morality number on your card, or the moral bonus. That is going to be the yellow and red sword symbol at the bottom left of the card. So, for example, if the House Bolton Guards are trying to make a panic save, they need to roll 2 d6s and roll at least a 6. If they fail under, they take as many wounds as that D3 had. It seems that the Bolton Blackguards did pass their morale save. And we have a tactics card hitting the field on west side. Tactics card is going to be Baratheon Conviction. All right, that's a good one here. Baratheon Conviction states that when a friendly unit passes a morale test, that unit restores 2 wounds. If you control Crown, the enemies you're engaged with suffer a panic test. And if you control the letters, enemies you are engaged with get a condition. You want to give the panicked condition to people taking panic tests. Absolutely fantastic. Seems as if the Sentinels are coming in to get frisky. This is an absolute slobber knocker. Both players going into very early engagements. Sentinels rolling forward. Stat card right here. Need to land a 4. 7-5-4. Nothing fancy coming in. Sundering. Here comes the attack die roll from the Sentinels. Sentinels charging in. Retaining 2 hits. Here comes the rerolls, though. So reroll for the charge. Whenever you charge successfully, you get to reroll any or all. Totaling out to only 4 hits. That's not going to be enough on these Screamers to really do too much. Let's see the defense saves. You need a 5-up, Logan. I think Logan made 3 of those. Nope, lost 3. And that is going to dip these Screamers down to just 1 rank, nerfing their attack dice from 7 to 4. Logan rolling the panic save now. Uh-oh.
Oh, those are weakened tokens, by the way.
Oh, man. Logan failing the panic save. Losing 2 wounds. Look like his horse is down to 1 wound now.
Alright,
Those Screamers are getting torn into. The Sentinels really, really, really baring their teeth here.
I will, I'm going to activate Melisandre. Oh, wait. I'm going to go ahead and I will activate Melisandre. Yeah, I'm going to activate Melisandre. I'm going to influence this unit. I'm taking the action to do it. this unit. I'm going to take 2 wounds. Oh, actually, I'm going to use these guys. And then, so if you want to just show them.
It's like a failed
So what
panic
I'm
test
doing
over
is
here on
they take
the
2 wounds,
Sentinel side.
and then I target a combat unit in long range. They're going to suffer a panic test with a -2 with to their roll and a +2 wounds if they. To show that.
All right, we have Melisandre activated. Melisandre is activated. Let's talk a little bit about Melisandre here. Let's go ahead and pull her up. She's a really, really cool NCU.
We're 6.
Melisandre, first off, beautiful. Beautiful red woman. She is an influence unit, okay? So some of the non-combat units can actually attach to combat plates, okay? And Melisandre is one of these. Whenever you activate her and you put her on that Game of Thrones table, on that sideboard we were talking about a little bit earlier, she will attach to a friendly unit. That friendly unit suffers 2 wounds and makes a panic test, okay? However, after that is done, you get to target an enemy in long range. They suffer a panic test with a -2 to their roll and a +2 to their wounds. So Melisandre is a I hurt myself to hurt you and make you roll bonus wounds. Absolutely fantastic in a game mode like this. Remember, they're fighting over corpse piles. These corpse piles drop your morale. So the more panic tests that these enemies take near these corpse piles, the worse it's going to be for Logan. Logan is fighting a war of attrition right now.
So that's going to be
Fails his panic test.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Uh-oh.
That 2 from Melisandre and 1 from him. Anytime a unit engages with him, fails the round test is an additional.
Looks like they are tallying up. So this is one of the headaches of panic lists, is there's so many oh my god, there's so he lost 4 wounds. That's crazy. There's so many debuffs going on with a panic list that you have to literally check every single plate that unit is engaged with to make sure that that unit is rolling a accurate number. Because there may be a -1 from one guy, a -1 from another guy, a -1 from a corpse pile. You really got to check each and every single unit. So that's what they were doing there. You saw them pointing around at different plates. That was West pointing to what is potentially lowering that panic save. And that's going to be, I think it looks like 4 wounds outright from the Dothraki Screamers. Brutal panic bomb on West side. He's playing a dirty tactics game right now. Let's go ahead and look back over here at the Sentinels, though, because I think that we're going to have a charge here on the Sentinels side. Logan positioning himself on top of that corpse pile. What you guys see right now is on the north and south side, so the top and the bottom, you will see 2 corpse piles. You'll see a cream unit on the south side and a red unit on the north side. There's a blue circle on their plate. That blue circle is the objective for this game mode, okay? They maintain that objective as long as they're touching that corpse pile that they are standing on. So, Logan is currently in a weird position where he needs to bail his Screamers out of this flank, out of the sandwich right now that he's in. Is making a little L. He needs to bail them out. But he knows as soon as he gets off of that corpse pile, he drops his token. So he's going to risk not scoring for this round to save the Screamer. Goes against it. He incurs another panic save, dropping it out. That is West killing off the Screamers, leaving behind the Targaryen side 2 Outriders and Dothraki veterans. Now, we haven't seen the veterans fight yet. Oh, but we gonna. Let's go ahead and pull them up. Yeah, we're about to see the veterans fight them.
I got my archers.
Let's take a look.
And then
Here
I
they
have
are.
these guys.
Dothraki veterans. If you tuned in last game, you have seen this card a lot already today. We're going to go over it again for this game, though. So the Dothraki veterans are both a mixture of ranged and melee. Their melee is a lot better than their range because it hits on 3s rather than 4s. They do have a 4-5 respective saving stat line, which is fantastic. And they're a retreat unit, so they are highly mobile. Whenever they attack or are attacked, they may retreat for free, which is awesome. Sorry, it's only whenever they attack they are able to retreat. But whenever they make a maneuver or they retreat from you, they get a free range attack action. So highly mobile. The idea of the veterans is the veterans are constantly attacking you. The veterans are more of a Gatling gun strategy rather than a like sniper, like a bazooka. You just want to put shots down range, get as many attacks in as possible, see what hits, see what lands, see what sticks.
Where I'm just shooting, they have long range.
Is the majority of the front arc
West right now measuring the Wardens to the second set of Outriders that we have.
draw a line here?
Ooh, little line tool. Checking line of sight. Fancy.
That's where his front arc is.
Fancy.
Yeah, so I would say it's in the front. It's like right on your rider's front arrow.
But here's another thing. If I would have not made the shift when I was shooting with this thing,
If you, how did you shift?
I shifted 2 inches
Then yes.
that way.
Just don't do the shift.
Right.
Yeah, 'cause see now you're looking at. There's his flank right there.
All right, line of sight tool. It looks like they are trying to track, hey, can I shoot them where I am? The answer is yes, they can shoot them, which then boils down to the second question, am I shooting a flank? The answer again is yes. You measure, so in the forefront of those plates that they're using, on the long edge, not the short edge, is a arrow right in the middle of those plates, and that arrow is what you measure from whenever you're choosing to do line of sight attacks such as panic or archery shots. Okay, so they were measuring with a red line tool to see if that arrow can hit the flank of the Sentinels, and the answer is it can. So here comes in the attack from Logan's Outriders on the flank of the Sentinels. Cracks off, looks like one automatically dead.
Flank, so her armor is a
We saw West remove one.
4+. I'm looking for
And that's it.
5 on these.
Alright, that was nice and quick. Here comes a 3 defense, so only 3 hit there. So we have two Sentinels destroyed with Logan's attack. He could have rolled much better. Panic save coming in from the Sentinels. You saw Logan measure the distance between the Sentinels and the corpse pile. That does matter. The corpse pile does drop down the moral save of the Sentinels.
Alright, I will,
Okay. See, I kind of like this angle whenever I'm looking at Logan's, whenever I'm looking at Logan's War Council. I can kind of see what he's planning. I kind of like that. It's kind of like looking at like a player's hand in Magic or Poker. It's like, I see what you're planning on. We could sit here and conjecture on what they're up to, but it seems to me that West is just going to do his best to get his Sentinels out of there. West not in a scoring position right now, but he is slowly picking apart Logan. Like, he is slowly trying to find a way to deal with this aggression on the Dothraki units, because the Dothraki units are very, very good at a Blitzkrieg style game, and the Baratheons are not. Baratheons are not Blitzkrieg. Baratheons will stay like they're weeds. There's a reason why, you know, there's High Garden and they're all, you know, stag and forest based. They're weeds. You can cut them down as many times as you want. Baratheons are going to find a way to stay in the game. So West knows that as long as he could probably get another plate in a round or so, he's going to have the numbers and the onboard strength to just control both objectives. Logan, of course, trying to stop that at the moment, but getting destroyed by panic tests. This is what we're looking at right now is the resolution of a shot of the Valor Lightbringers onto the Outriders. Oh, what was that? Shot over there onto the Outriders. The Outriders going down, leaving. Wow! Logan with 1 unit of Outriders and 1 unit of Veterans.
Okay, so their panic test is
Okay.
a 4+, so they're sitting on that thing, so it's a 5 and then 1 and a 6. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, well, things are looking for sure in West's favor as West makes a panic save. So what we saw there was Logan use his NCU. He took the crown on the tactics board, on the Game of Thrones board, and it forces a enemy unit to make a panic save. West did. West is standing on a corpse pile. Corpse pile debuffed him. West failed. Ironically, the unit that West failed with is his R'hllor Faithful, which want to pass panic saves. They want to pass panic saves. The more panic saves they pass, the more order tokens they get, the more they can buff themselves up for the fight. And this is going to be a charge in from the Bolton Blackguards onto the set of Dothraki Outriders. This Dothraki Outriders is not at full health. Actually, no, it is at full health, but they do have a condition token on them. It looks like a vulnerable token. The attack coming through right now, rolling 6 dice, hitting on 4s. They're going to re-roll because of charge. We're going to have a total up of 5 hits out of the 6. That's pretty good. The Dothraki Outriders needing to roll 5s on their dice. Logan
Okay, and then panic test is going to be
saves
-4.
4? Wow. Logan saves 4 on those.
Yeah, I would
That's
not have played against
crazy.
that. I would not have played that.
No, he saved 3. Okay, so Logan saved 3 out of that 5. That's huge. That's crazy hard to do. And passes panic test. Uh-oh. Making him reroll. Ah! All right, so what we just saw here was, remember, at the end of combat, you need to make a panic test.
That was that activation.
That token that I mentioned on Logan's plate at the beginning of the battle was a panicked token. At any time, your opponent can expend a panic token on you to make you re-roll any or all dice during that roll. So Logan passes his panic test, and Wes says, nah, bruh. You rolled a 3 on your D3. That's max wounds if you fail. Keep that 3, set it aside, and re-roll your dice. Logan, of course, rolling into failure, taking 3 wounds, outright killing, boom, one of his horses. So Logan hitting the absolute nut roll on surviving the barrage that came at him with the 5 hits, but ultimately failing to the panicked condition panic test. Fantastic strategy on West side. Fantastic strategy. Both players maneuvering around. Looks like West is grabbing. Oh, that's going to be a panic token on West's Sentinel unit. Okay. West trying to give him the bonk bonk, and West for sure doing the bonk bonk. West 4 units versus Logan's. If you're just now tuning in, West is controlling the cream-colored, the brown, and the black units. Logan's units are red. Logan is down to 2 plates. 1 plate of Dothraki Outriders, 1 plate of Veterans. Logan positioning a little bit more. Making sure he's staying on the corpse pile so that he maintains control of the objective. I am actually going to go take a quick peek at what round they're on, because I want to see if we're getting near the end of the round. And if Logan even has a position to get off of this corpse pile. Because if they're just now, like, starting the round, Logan just scored, he has a chance to get off this corpse pile, leave the token behind, kill the Sentinels, and go back to the corpse pile to score with horsies. But if they're too deep into the round, there's no way he's going to want to get off. Oh, okay. So here, what we have there then was actually a maneuver. So that position on the corpse pile wasn't a charge in. He's actually shooting the flank of the Sentinels because the Dothraki Veterans do have a short bow, albeit they're only hitting on 4s. It seems that Logan had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits out of his 7 dice hitting on 4s. Fantastic shot. Wes is going to have to respond. Wes rolling. Ooh. Wes rolling his 5 dice, seeming to take 3 penalty. That's going to be rough. Wes down to 1 rank now. Rolls a panic test. Panic test is good.
They're going to shoot you with the
Oh, okay. Nice.
Sentinels. Here we go. Sentinels just have to roll 4. There we go.
7 hitting on 4s. That's
Alrighty.
5 again.
5 more.
Yep.
Looks like we got another crackback. Both players going immediately into the next combat. I think we were staring at the Blackguards versus.
I think I was looking for 5.
There we go.
So that might be it for them.
Staring at the Blackguards versus the Outriders. Ah. So many things from last game. There we go.
I got a unit.
Oh no. Oh, that was a mystery. That wasn't the Blackguards fight.
There's.
Was there a second combat?
Alright, I'm going to.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm going to activate
The Sentinels are gone now.
these guys.
What?
Oh, when they die.
Your boy got to figure this out. I need to go ask him what
Oh yeah, you
just
make it.
occurred. That wasn't obvious.
Yeah, it's so when a unit dies, it's going to place with 1 corpse pile completely within long range and at least 1 inch away from other.
So what occurred there? How the fuck did the Sentinels die? Each quick shot order and then another action
So
shot.
the veterans have an order called
Yeah.
quick shot. So when they make a maneuver, they can shoot.
Yeah.
I get a free maneuver, so I can
Yeah.
shoot after that, and then my actual action is another shot.
So I'm gonna do. It has to be long range of them.
It has to be within long range.
I figured out what happened. So what happened there was I forget one important. I forgot one important thing about the veterans, okay, and that is their order quick fire, okay? You're going to see it right here, quick fire. After the unit completes a maneuver or retreat action, they may get a free range attack. So what they did was they positioned, so Logan positioned himself further over near the corpse pile to hit a flank, okay? So he gets a free shot there. That's not his actual activation. So his actual activation was just another shot, and Logan just rolled the nut rolls and outright wiped out the Sentinels. Fantastic play. Fantastic play.
Veterans are good, man.
I was like, the reason I'm really 2 screamer units is because I'm like,
That does. I'm sorry. That does change what I was gonna do.
okay.
Things are looking up for Logan right now. Logan holding on to the objectives. Now you guys did see something new. Ah, what is that? Yes,
Yeah,
you
that's
see
I'm sorry.
another corpse pile. Yes,
Um,
yes,
okay,
you see another
so
corpse pile. Whenever
second
enemies
thing,
die
I'm gonna do,
and they're not too close to the corpse piles, they leave behind the corpse pile with a new objective marker. So the longer this game mode goes on, the more panic debuffs there are, and the more points can be scored. Tactics card coming in, and that's going to be Fiery Resolve on West Side. Fiery Resolve on West Side. Let's take a look at Fiery Resolve.
Oh wait. I'm so sorry. 1 second.
All right, here we go. We have Fiery Resolve right here. When a Relore unit activates, which is all of West's units, they perform a morale test. On a success, enemies engaged with them become panic and get big debuffs. On a failure, one enemy engaged still becomes panicked. They just don't make a test.
Now they're gonna attack you.
Logan making the test right now.
So
Check in to see if the debuffs are going to mess with him that much. Looks like the answer is going to be no. Logan passes the panic test.
So
Good
7
card.
attack, or 6 attack.
Very good card.
These are just vicious. So
West coming in with a strike. This is going to be the Bolt. Or where are they at? There we go. The Bolt Blackguards. Against the Outriders. Looks like 3 hits on the Blackguards. Enough wounds to take out a horsey.
panic test -3.
All right, 3 hits, no saves on Logan's side. Logan going in for the panic roll. This is going to be a big debuff, though. Logan needing to roll a 5 at least. Looks like the debuffs got him Wow, rolled 3 on the wound dice, losing another horsey panic.
And then at the end,
So the Bolton Blackguards
order token,
raised their spiked shields up into the air, and the glint of the sun blinded these Dothraki Outriders, allowing them to bring their spiked maces and clubs down on top of the Dothraki, taking out two full models on that plate. Minor hit, fantastic panic. What do you think the Bolton Blackguards talk about, like, whenever they're bored? Do you think that they talk about, like, sports or, like, happy things? Or do you think, like, that, like, being part of the Bolton family and, like, have, like, flayed men and death all around them, like, torture and, like, being, like, a thing? Do you think that they just, like, are very, like, boring, depressive people? Or do you think that they just have, like, really joyful, dark humor personalities? We are looking at a crackback right now of the Outriders attacking back at the Blackguards. This is the crackback. Only 2 hits came in from Logan. It seems that no casualties over on the Blackguard side. West putting his hands together, being very pensive.
I'm gonna take the.
Taking a look at the tactics board. Praying for 6s.
Alright, I'm gonna activate Melisandre to take the force.
Alright. West placing down on the tactics
I'm
board.
influencing these guys.
He's influencing his Bolton Blackguards with Melisandre. We talked about Melisandre a little bit earlier. We will bring her up again.
And then I will.
Remember, Mel can get on a friendly unit. That unit takes 2 wounds and suffers a panic test. But in response, you get to give a panic test with a -2 debuff and a +2 wounds to an enemy. So he's trading some of his R'hllor Faithful. They're the southernmost unit. He's trading some of his R'hllor Faithful's life to try to hit the Outriders. The Outriders make a panic save. And the -2 is too much! That's going to be an Outrider unit gone. Melisandre absolutely taking out and finishing off that group of Outriders. Things are looking grim for our main man Logan over here. West now pushing his advantage. Getting himself in position. He's for sure going to take a shot for that. Logan needs to keep his head on his shoulder. He needs points, man. Logan needs points, and he can't get tabled. If he gets tabled, it's going to look super, super bad on the actual tournament scoring. He needs to try to survive. Oh my gosh, how much longer does he have? We started at 3:20. They're hour-and-a-half rounds. Oh. I don't think he can survive for that long. Yeah, if we started this match, I think at around 3:20, they're hour-and-a-half rounds. So we're moving on into the match being played for 50 minutes right now. I don't think Logan can keep them alive for 40 minutes. There's just no way. Not while they're sitting on a corpse pile. This strategy, this tactics, this mode could not have worked out better for West's army. I'm not too sure if West is in the Discord, but I did post in the Discord and in Facebook the rounds that we are playing today. We're going to go through the game modes. I like to put in the game modes the day prior to the tournament, or 2 days prior, so that players can get their lists ready. And West for sure saw Feast for Crows, so it's like I'm bringing a Blackguard Melisandre list. This is awesome. I did ask West earlier if this was a online list, if this was a online deck tech, and he said no, this is top of the dome. Very creative list coming in from West. Honestly, this Panic Baratheon list is better than most like Bolton Panic lists I've seen. Which is kind of sad. If any of you in viewers or chat, if you guys play Blackguard, or not Blackguard, if you guys play Bolton, my chatters, if you guys play Bolton, and you guys like their units and think that they're better at panicking than Baratheons and Lannisters, let me know. If you think that your Bolton units are super weak and Baratheons and Lannisters do it better, tell me why. Okay, because I have been looking at panic lists for a long time now. I personally believe that Lannister is the best panic list, but this is the first time I've seen this Baratheon Melisandre abused, and I'm thinking it's pretty up there with the Lannister list. Let me know whether or not you guys think that it's fair that Boltons are arguably worse at panic than two other factions where like that's not their main theme. Let me know, because it always makes me sad whenever developers are like, hey, here's a whole army themed to use this new mechanic, and the other armies are just better at that mechanic anyway. So you're kind of sitting there like, wow, I'm doing something hyper specific that other people do better. Okay, a couple debuffs being tossed on top of these Dothraki veterans up here. Logan's final unit holding on to the token. Now, those of you just tuning in, West did win his last round. So did Logan. This is the winner's table. So this means that if West takes this, he's going to be sitting very, very pretty with a 2-0 position. And the rest of the field is going to have a 1-1. Both players are looking through copious amounts of tactics cards. West is more tactics cards than applicable, but you only need to toss your tactics cards at the end of your round. At the end of the round, you need to have 3 tactics cards in your hand. You're allowed to draw more than 3 over the course of that round, but as soon as the round is over, you need to pitch what you don't want and redraw the difference up to 3. Wes activating his Lightbringers. Lightbringers moving into position on top of the corpse pile to send a little bit of pain train. Yes, you do see flaming arrows on the Lightbringers. They have magical fire. Don't mess with these guys. They'll give you what I call the bonk bonk. And it just so happens that this corpse pile is in long range of these Dothraki veterans. So we are about to see some pin-cushioned horses. Blackguards lining up a charge.
3+7 dice.
Still influenced by Mel.
I'm good.
All right, Blackguards doing a pivot. I don't know about this. Oh. Put himself in the trees.
And that's it.
Oh, this is
so you're
fun.
going to gain 2 more victory points.
Okay.
I'm going to gain 2 more.
What we're witnessing right now is West setting up a shark attack on Logan. He's beginning to circle. He took his Blackguards and put them in the trees, meaning that these veterans can't be shooting at the Blackguards as long as they're in the trees. The Lightbringers are the only shootable target from these Blackguards, or from the Dothraki veterans. But these Lightbringers are better shots because they have better stat lines. So, right now, West is just slowly positioning his units around Logan's Dothraki veterans, making sure that he doesn't leave that corpse pile and tries to get fresh on them. Potentially, we are looking at a bait by West. Logan cannot shoot at this almost dead plate of Bolton units sitting in those trees. That brown plate, Logan cannot shoot in because they're in the trees. It's possible that West hopes that Logan is going to try to stop his, is going to try to pad his losses, and rather than shoot those guys, come in and charge in. In response to a charge, Wes has decided to bolster and heal his Bolton units. Posturing. These are sharks starting to circle their prey. The waters are chumped. There are multiple piles of corpses leaking their stench around the field. And the veterans say, later, dude. Oh no, he's staying on the corpse pile. Remember, you got to stay on the corpse pile to maintain the objective. That's a good position. Oh, that's a good position. West checking the long range of the Lightbringers versus the veterans. Veterans just out of range. Posturing from Logan. In the chat, all of my viewers, what is your favorite character or faction of units? Think like freedmen, like savages. What is your favorite character or faction of units in Game of Thrones? Are they in Sif? Do you want them to be in Sif if they are not? What do you think they would do? What do you think they would do?
So they are panicked. They're looking for 4.
All of my favorite units are Martel, as I am a Martel player through and through. I like being tactics heavy. I like being movement heavy. I like playing with the NCU board a lot, being a tricksy guy. So, I don't have anything that I'm missing out on. The Martels weren't mentioned too much in the books, or sorry, everything mentioned in the books the Martels currently have. So they're actually creating new Martel units specifically for the game, just to give them new units to play with. And George R.R. Martin does sign off on the backstory of these units. This is going to be a ranged attack. They must have measured from the trees and determined that the Bolton unit is attackable. Dothraki attack coming through, hitting 4. Bolton's losing 3. Big shot from the Dothraki units. Logan trying to stave his losses off. We saw last game that Logan is very, very skilled at keeping his units alive.
Do you want me to redo it? Yeah, it's just corn.
Yeah, I want to get rolling with that before I try it. So I have the. Alright, well, yeah, okay. Randy's gives to me.
Look at the warning lights.
Alrighty.
Y'all are zooming. We're done. Y'all are zooming. We're cleaning up.
Once I started losing units, it was just like
Yeah.
steamroll.
Y'all are zooming.
Yeah, I will use.
Actually, I was surprised. One thing that's great that I didn't. One thing I didn't realize when we started playing this.
Baratheon
It's only
Hammers,
infantry
Charge and
that
Crush.
has
Definitely
upgrades
enjoy the
for
grind style of play.
profiles.
Yes,
I had no
Chris. The
infantry.
Baratheons are super done and grindy. I love their Warden units. I love their Sentinel units. They just have a way of sticking around the battlefield for a lot longer than you want them to. Honestly, Baratheon units, just every single one that is depicted in armor and not clothing reminds me of a Sherman tank. Like, they're gonna do great at their job. They're gonna be hard for you to bust through. They're for sure breakable, but they are just en masse gonna just overrun you. They're going to survive whatever you throw at them. You can ping off their armor as much as you want. Because of that, one of my favorite play styles, if you guys are looking to get into this game, a very, very fun play style is with Starks. Starks have a lot of Umber units, and Umbers are Berserkers. Think Barbarians in D&D. Their abilities are, as they take more damage, and as their ranks get lower and lower, rather than rolling less dice, they roll more dice, and they get powered up. So they are a, oh no, you hurt me, my turn type army. And it's really, really fun to play. Whereas the Baratheons play kind of similarly, but theirs is more of a Thornmail type build. Their thorns, as you hit them, you kind of take damage. It's just kind of how the Baratheons work out. I've been asked before, what is the best way to play Baratheons? And the answer is put the tankiest units in a line, an unbreakable line, and slowly march the line forward until your opponent falls off the board.
if I had precision,
Wes showing us a very different playstyle than that, though. His is a lot more strategic.
Panic is gone, right, by the way.
Utilizing all of these panic saves and combinations and maneuvering around the board with archery. Wes playing for sure a unique Baratheon list. Wes coming in trying to defend dice against the Dothraki veterans. The veterans shooting at the Boltons. Boltons are going to pass their saves. Oh no, he's shooting at the Lightbringers. Okay. Must have been just in long range. Oh no, he's using the ability. Okay, so what we are seeing now, so the veteran shot at the Boltons and missed. What we're seeing right now, however, is the attachment on the R'hllor Faithful from, or of the R'hllor Lightbringers.
You know what? I'll go ahead.
On west side, and that's Davos. Okay, and Davos's ability is he can take 3 damage from that Lightbringer plate and distribute that many healing amongst allies. So he was able to take 3 damage from his archers and give it to his Bolton unit. So now his Bolton unit is free to charge the flank of the Dothraki veteran. And sure enough, Wes goes right in. Does not fail his charge, to my knowledge.
Let's see here.
I'm going to go ahead and pull up the black cards. Take a look. Zip, zoop, scud, dupe. Black guards are coming in. Rolling 5 dice, hitting on 4s. That's going to be 3 hits. Here comes the reroll for the charge. Whenever you successfully charge, you get to reroll any or all dice. Both of those are going to miss. Totaling out to 3 hits against these veterans. Veterans need to roll 4s. I see 1, 2. All right, so it looks like we have 1 save and 2 damage here on the veterans. That's going to hurt it a little bit. Logan turtling, dude. Logan can turtle, bro. But here comes a big one. He's fighting Bolton Blackguards. He's a -1 to his panic test. He's standing on top of a corpse pile. -1 to panic test. He's flanked. -1 to panic test. Rolls a 3 on the panic damage dice. And do those debuffs stack up high enough to start killing units? Dang right it is. Horsey starting to retreat out of there. Falling down to the panic attack coming in from the Bolton Blackguards. Horrific Visage is a very, very good ability.
Alright, well, I get, after you attack, I get to make a free retreat.
Wes grinding him out.
Because that's an order that they get.
Wes is for sure going to be winning this on scoring. However, Logan can stay in this tournament by getting enough destruction points. If he can kill off this Bolton unit, he may still put himself with high enough points destroyed to proceed into potentially a first player seat. It is not uncommon for 2-1 players to win Civ tournaments, and that is because we work off of ELO and off of points destroyed versus points scored over the entirety of the tournament rather than a single battle. Because the Dothraki veterans failed their panic tests, the Bolton Blackguards gained control of the objective.
2 from this, -1, -1, so -4 total.
So the Dothraki veterans are running back in,
Oh, you should have taken 1 more.
trying to destroy a rank to get it back.
He does take 1 less,
Or
he gives 1 more.
make the Boltons fail a panic test to get it back. So Logan trying to get back the victory condition here. The token is blue. It's currently sitting in the back of the Bolton Blackguards unit. It's the brown ones. You can see it sitting in the back flank right there. Panic test coming in. Losing another Horsey. That is not good. The Dothraki veterans killing themselves on the Blackguards panic tests. Oh. Oh no.
Either +1 wound,
Logan's losing the panic dice.
or +3 up.
And that's what Wes planned all along. Wes dropping a couple tactics cards in his hand.
I'm going to just do the +1 wound.
You got it.
I rarely get these. Oh,
Attack dice coming in. It's going to be 4 dice hitting on 3s.
that's
Oh,
actually
no.
not bad.
2 hits. That's not going to do it, veterans. No, that's not going to do it.
Okay, so 4 hits. I'm targeting 3s.
4 hits.
So 2 hits.
2 damage. Okay.
Miss.
The veteran's trying to even it out. Here comes a panic test from the Blackguards. He cannot lose more.
You're right.
He cannot lose more than 3 units here. If he loses, honestly, 2 units or more, it's Logan has a chance to take out this unit before the game ends, giving Logan probably enough points to proceed to the next round.
Okay. So -1, so I need a 5.
Okay. Panic save coming in. That's going to be a fail. Is that going to be a 3?
You get that.
Oh, no, dude. Wes failing his panic save on the Bolton Blackguards, leaving him with just an attachment left, and the objective control is going to go to the Dothraki veterans.
Dang, man.
This is going to give Logan, if Logan can kill this plate, he's probably going to have enough points to proceed into the next round.
Oh, Ramses, I forgot. This is what I played.
We need to see what West has planned over on the side here. What are you playing? Yeah, I figured that out. Logan coming in here showed me that he was using a tactics card to get the charge on. I assumed that he had some sort of ability or trigger that we missed up, but still the result is the same. We have Logan staring at one single Bolton Blackguard. If he can kill him, he can proceed into the next round and probably have enough points destroyed to actually contend for first place.
-2, or is that -3 count?
Does he get a he gets a +1 on
Yep.
this, so -2 total.
Let's go. It's 6, 7.
7s.
Yes.
3 wins, and I take this back. And now he's vulnerable on weekends.
As we are currently resolving a panic test between the Dothraki veterans and the House Bolton Blackguards.
I think we're just gonna have to call it here.
You want to call it?
Oh, wow. That is going to be a weakened
Okay,
token
man.
and a panic token. Remember, weakened tokens. Oh, that's a concession. That is a concession. All
That was a
right,
wild
so
one, man. That was a wild one.
West is the winner of this match here. Yeah, I got it. West is the winner of this match. I need to go get the total points from everybody here.
A million.
Congratulations to West. I will let you guys go ahead and stare at the board here while they're cleaning up a little bit. That was a fantastic fight. I really, really loved seeing this super aggressive Dothraki list versus this panic list. Because this is such a volatile matchup. Any Dothraki cavalry list wants to blitzkrieg out turns 1 and 2 and lay down as much damage as possible. Normally, if things go the Dothraki player's way, the player's going to be playing on the back foot the entire time and not really get the chance to set up good defenses or to set up good victory point scoring conditions. However, the Baratheons were just tanky enough to survive the initial onslaught, and then enough utility with the panic lists enforcing these panic tests on the Dothrakis to whittle them down over the course of about 3 rounds. And as soon as they were whittled down, West was able to maneuver and to leverage those panic tests into a crushing victory on West side. I am Ramsey. I'm going to go ahead and get the scoring from these units. I'm going to go ahead and leave this screen on a little bit for just a minute. Then I'm going to kick us over to commercial break while we set up a couple stuff here at the Grove and get ready for our 3rd and final round. I'm going to be back here in just a minute to give you guys the total scoring, let you guys know who's going to play after, and then we're going to have a short commercial break. Stay tight.
Oh, yeah. What are you going to do with that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, with Calgary, nice, but...
All right.
So I got 4, and then how much was that?
That guy was worth
Whole unit is ready.
6 total. 6 here. So how much?
Is that an attachment on there? Or is
Yeah, it was a 5-point unit with a 1-point
Okay.
attachment. Yeah.
So I got 4, 6, 10. 4 for 4 points, and then 6 out of...
Yeah, that is what I need. So I need to control. So 4 VP 6 destroyed.
Yep.
All right. DP. VP 5 destroyed. Right. 1, 2, yeah, 5. And then destroyed.
Actually, no, I went
is-
math. I think
A lot.
they should really are.
He got
Because nothing says actually attach. It's just plain.
24.
I was hoping that you could get that Blackguard unit down to get the points destroyed.
I would have been so mad because I was sitting there thinking to myself, I was like, I can just run away. I don't need to fight him.
I called that out on stream. Like, honestly, if Wes just wanted to leave and just make him do panic tests for the next 3 rounds,
Yeah,
he could.
I was like, I don't want to do that. That doesn't
If
sound
Wes
fun.
just wanted to run and just make him do panic tests.
Yeah.
The only thing that is that
Josh, what'd you have?
running, at least where I was at, yeah, that would have been great. But at the
Well, you would have had to been because you were stuck there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you could have popped off and ran and killed somebody and made a new one.
Yeah.
But I was just like, I don't want to do that. I want to go fight.
Alright, let's go.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When the veterans first took that, I wasn't planning on fighting them.
Yeah.
Just you started bringing stuff over. And I was,
My objective was to put somebody on there and just they were done for the game. Their job was to hold it.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. I had one in it holding this one. It was just like just sit and roll.
I like that.
I have a picture.
Well,
I have a picture.
I'm glad you liked it.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
That's alright, man. This is my last year raw. I ain't coming to here anymore, man.
Get out of here.
So my start here.
Yeah, this is why I love Beast for
So I got one here, and then one here, and then one there. Then I killed one in the second. This army was good for that because of all the morale tests. So the last round I scored 5 points.
Did
And I
you
scored
write
5 points
this
for
list
that.
seeing my release?
I had this list made, but then whenever you posted
Whenever I
it,
posted, you were
I was
like,
like, yeah, I'm using that.
Yeah, I was talking about that on stream.
Did you run a different list?
Wes
against
brought
the
me
different-
perfect
I remember
list
you
for
said
Beast
that
for
other one was
He has a list for these Baratheon setup that is a better panic list than most Bolton lists I've seen.
Yeah.
It is a better panic list than I've seen most Bolton, and I personally believe that the best panic list is Lannister. This may be better than that.
I messed up so much too. Like
Obviously,
these guys are.
I don't have that list.
There is a Lannister panic list that my buddy brought one day, and he was straight up not even engaging in any combat, just killing plates.
Yeah.
Just sitting back chilling with Cersei. It was a Cersei list, it was dirty. Alright, I'm good back to
Do it.
I really don't even know if I would have done any better. with
All right, you big old nerds. I am back with our final tallies here. We have. Go ahead and put him into the system
Well, I
now.
mean, yeah, it wouldn't have changed a lot.
So
I mean,
Logan
like,
was
you're
playing
gonna do
Khal
this
Drogo.
stuff.
Logan scored by the end 4 victory points and destroyed 6. Wes, on the other hand, was playing Davos.
Unsolid, yeah.
Did a total of 5 scoring, so just 1 more than Logan. But the points destroyed was 24. Big blowout there. And then we have Tommy versus Josh. Tommy was running his Gregor list, and Tommy scored 6 VP with no points destroyed. He was not able to get a plate away from Josh's Jon Snow list. Josh's Jon Snow list scoring, ready for it, 13. Destroying a total of 25. How did he score 13? Well, that's because so many things died, so many corpse piles were made, and he just stood on all of the corpse piles at all points of the game. So fantastic showing from Josh, and I think that is going to bring us to our 3rd and final round. The game mode is going to be a Game of Thrones. I'm going to go ahead and draw the round.
Yeah, what is this?
So we're going to have West and Josh facing off against Logan
most basic.
and Tommy.
Five victories.
This is going to be a fun fight. I cannot wait to see how Wes and Josh go against each other. They are 2 of our better tactical minds here at the Grove. It's going to be a fun one. We're going to jump into that here in just a few minutes, probably 10 minutes. Hang on tight. We're going to commercial break for a little bit. We'll be back in 10.
So we got a
Both
entirely
players are the same.
overlap.
match being loaded up right now. So we're going to have on the right-hand side, West facing off against left-hand side,
I'm very
Josh.
glad that they brought Stone's Throw, but this is what I had in anticipation.
Let's see what lists are running today.
I don't have the right commander for it.
Go ahead.
To really make the most out of it. All that dude, what's his name? Something Yarwick. Yeah.
Y'all determined list yet?
We did. We set it up
Oh,
real
well.
quick. Maine.
Sorry, I'm asking for stream.
My
Maine?
Sneaky Boys, the Dallas one. Yep.
Maine Davos.
For round 3 that we're going to be running are Josh's main Jon Snow list. And then over on the side, we're going to have the same list from West. That's going to be the Davos list. Or not Davos, Axel? Oh no, it is going to be Davos list. Okay. So let's go over both lists really quick together. All right, so here, let me see him. All right, good enough. Here's our boy Jon Snow's list. Okay, they're running out Sworn Brothers. Okay, Sworn Brothers are 5 speed, 4/5 on save, defense, morale. They hit on 3s, 7/5/4 on dice. They have Sundering, and they may re-roll attack dice and their defenders become vulnerable. Paired with them is a Watch Captain. Each time this unit attacks, if it has full ranks, it gains +1 attack dice. Otherwise, treat it as 1 more rank for attack die. So paired with the Watch Captain, these Sworn Brothers become a very favorable combat unit with Sundering that gets to re-roll their attacks. There's Ghost. Okay, Ghost hits on 3s, rolls 4 dice, has a 4/2 save respectively with the 6 speed. Ghost has 4 wounds, and Ghost is special in the fact that any cards that target Jon Snow's group of Sworn Brothers also apply to Ghost. So if you have any sort of buffs, that's buffing your Sworn Brothers up here, it'll also apply to Ghost. Ghost also has Sundering, meaning that his attacks are easier going through armor. There are Veterans of the Watch. Veterans of the Watch are a very solid unit. Their stats good across the board. 4/5 saves, hit on 3s, 7/6/5 depending on ranks. They have Precision, which means if they roll 6s, they automatically hit. Each time this unit is attacked with a melee attack, for every miss, the attacker suffers a hit, and enemies engaged with it suffer -1 to hit. Fantastic, all around the board. Solid B+ card. I'm going up on it. Earlier I graded it a B, I'm giving it a B+. And then Conscripts. Conscripts have supply 8. That's their biggest thing, okay? Conscripts can hurt themselves, take away their own wounds, and give those wounds to allies, okay? As far as combat goes, they leave a lot to be desired. 5/7 save line is pretty bad. They hit on 4s with 6/5/4 on their attack dice, and they suffer additional wounds from panic tests. But they're paired with a Watch Recruiter. The Watch Recruiter does give their attacks vicious, and you always roll using your highest attack die value. So they're always going to roll 6 dice hit on 4s. Every time it activates, they restore a wound. And if you have the crown on the tactics board, you get an additional wound. So the conscripts are actually being kind of carried by the Watch Recruiter over here. The NCU's running is Amon. Amon can heal, and Bowman. Bowman says whenever you claim a zone, you look at the top 2 cards of your tactics deck, put 1 to your hand, 1 to the bottom of your deck. Scry 2, draw 1 if you guys play Magic the Gathering. So that is our good old Jon Snow commander list. Moving over, though, to this list over here. Is going to be our Davos Seaworth list. Alright? I think it is. Let me double check that.
The conscripts Stone Ghost.
Davos list, right? Not
Correct.
the other one?
Correct.
Davos list. Okay, so walk me through what your units are.
So this is the only painted one is Davos. He's out there,
Okay.
so he's out here. And then this is your obviously the Dragon Slayer
Yeah.
Noble, and then this is the proxy for Queensman.
Okay.
And then this is the black.
Okay, that'll be easy to track. That'll be easy to track.
No proxy. I wasn't gonna run proxies.
I totally
I don't care.
I totally did.
Yeah, because I wanted to buy them, but they didn't have them.
I totally did.
Okay, so I need to place. I was waiting for the eyebrow, like I know you don't care. Like, come on. Okay, so
You and I can literally show up to a kill team board
Says beginning of
tomorrow
round
and be
two,
like,
each player scores one
these are the new
victory,
night
one
hunts.
success.
they're like little Lego mini
These
things.
are the new night hunts. They're orcs and squigs. You're like,
Yeah.
fuck they are. Which ones? I'll have to come out.
Sworn Brothers and the vets.
It's so hard to see your top down on the gray. Because the gray on gray blends, so it's hard for me to see which unit
You
is
get your
what.
one more little
This is
camera
just
at
the-
the
So
it's
what-
either gray on gray or black on gray. so.
True. Well, so what I did last game was after the players set up, I came out and drew a little diagram for myself, and then just cut the diagram in front of me and just remembered who moved where, so I could remember what units were
Wonder
where.
if it would
So you
help
put
you
the noble
if you
down?
had
Yeah,
your
okay.
camera
Um,
was over to the side, coming at like an angle down the board.
Yeah, probably a little bit better. That would help me better, but then again, it's hard to see the measuring. So last game was a lot of measuring between two archery units, and it was nice because I could see perfectly the top-down ruler. I could tell you at all times who was in range and who wasn't. So that was very nice because the top-down stuff.
This is going to be.
Correct. We are running Davos today. We actually just talked a little bit about the units. So Davos on west side is pretty dirty. What Davos does is you may keep him off the table instead of deploying him. If you're not the first player, you may place him fully within short range of a friendly or flank table edge. So he's keeping Davos off the table. Okay, Davos is going to be paired with the Kingsman. He's keeping Davos off the table, and at a later time he will be able to put Davos wherever he wants on a table edge. Fantastic. Literally teleports behind the enemy units. Davos is connected to the King's Blade. Okay. King's Blade have 5 speed, hit on 3s, 7-6-5, 4-5 defense, and morale. Their ability is to the last. Place 2 heart tokens on this card at the start of the game. Every time this unit would be destroyed, remove a heart token from it. It makes a morale test. On a success, it's not destroyed, but remains in place with 1 wound. So it doesn't full heal, but you can keep 1 wound on it. Keep it rolling. They have Sundering on their attacks, making the opponent's defense worse. And if your opponent does not control the crown on the tactics board, this attack gains critical blow and may reroll attack dice. Be brutal. It's important to note that Davos paired with them also gives them the ability to ignore dangerous keywords on terrain. So he ignores dangerous hit rate and rough keywords on terrain. So terrain will not slow down the Kingsmen. Next we have the Queensmen. On the board, the Queensmen are a 4 speed, very, very slow, but they hit on 3s with a 7-6-5 attack stat. They have a 3-5 defense and morale line. Whenever they activate, target an enemy unit, they automatically suffer 2 hits, plus additional hits for each remaining rank in this unit. Crazy. Every time you turn on this unit, your opponent takes damage. You don't even have to attack. To the last, place 2 tokens on this game. Same as before. Whenever this dies, make a morale save. If you pass the morale save, you don't get attacked. Lastly, we have, while your opponents do not control crown, they have vulnerable. They cannot expend vulnerable and panic tokens. Paired with the Queensmen are Dale. Dale, Captain of Wrath. Each time this unit is attacked, for every miss, the attacker suffers 1 wound. Lightbringers, we saw them earlier last game. They have both long-range attacks, which are very, very good, and melee attacks, which are very, very crap. They have a 4-6 defense line. They have vicious whenever they shoot, so their enemies have a bigger penalty to their panic saves. And if the defender fails their panic test, target another enemy in short range. That enemy makes a panic test. They're paired with the red dice. Every time this unit attacks before rolling attack dice, you may suffer 2 wounds. If you do, for each wound suffered, the defender becomes panicked or vulnerable. So prior to attacking, the Lightbringers can shoot panicked and vulnerable tokens over and then actually have their arrows land on their target. Lastly, we have the Dragonstone Noble. He's a goat. He's the best 2-3 stat line, super tanky. Rolls 3 dice, hits on 3s, so not too damaging. But When a friendly combat unit is in long range, if they gain a condition token, they don't. He only has 3 health though, and he may always re-roll attack dice. And if the defender rolls a 1 on any defense dice, after the attack is completed, they're weakened. So it is a debuff utility unit. The NCUs paired with this are Crescent. At the start of any round, you may activate them if you do destroy Crescent. Each time Crescent claims Crown, you may replace the zone's effect with draw 2 tactical cards, place a condition. So it replaces the Crown with the letters. Then we have Celeste and Shireen. We talked about them a little bit last game. They influence units each time the unit passes a morale test, one enemy it's engaged with suffers a wound. And once per game, when a friendly combat unit would be destroyed, instead it's not destroyed and remains in play with 1d3 wounds. Then we have Axel. Axel as the NCU, bringing out the rear here. Each time he influences an enemy unit, they become panicked. When influencing a friendly unit, if they perform a melee attack, the defender becomes vulnerable. Fantastic, fantastic NCUs here. Pairing up this nice, aggressive list. A list that can definitely grind out a game and stand the test of time. These players are currently setting up for the game mode. Looks like we've already begun setting up for the game mode, a Game of Thrones. Let's talk about Game of Thrones first.
I have to be. I can't come in off at this edge, but I can come in here. It just has to be within.
Is it in the deployment zone though? Is it past the 10 or 10?
My understanding is that it is in the 10. It
We
is
have
in
Game
the
of Thrones now.
I was curious. Yeah.
I'll read it.
have to think about it.
I'll read it to you if I can find it. I think you're right.
I haven't used it that much. But
At the start of any round, if you're not the first player, you can
Go.
place 1 unit from reserve fully within short range.
Game of Thrones is the first and probably the most straightforward objective game mode in all of Sif. Go ahead, listen up. It's nice and simple. You will see 5 blue circle
I just can't put
tokens
it off that.
spread across the board. It's set up almost as if they're pips on a die. So think of like 5 on rolling a die. That's how they're set up at the center of the board. Your goal is to take those objectives. Whenever you grab those objectives by entirely overlapping your tray over them, they are claimed as long as you are not engaged in enemy combat with more remaining ranks. So if I have full ranks, I will not lose my token. The token does not slow me down. Additionally, tokens are assigned little objectives cards, and these objective cards give you passive buffs. So the players get to see the passive buffs. They get to work towards the objectives, try to hold them, and gain the passive buffs ultimately. Very, very simple. Grab the circles, control the circles, don't get destroyed or fight people with more enemies than you in their play. I'm going to be posturing a lot this very, very first round. I have to go set up a birthday party for the Grove. The kids will be playing some Warzone, Fortnite, and Roblox today. So I'm going to leave you guys this for about 10-15 minutes while I set up, and I will be right back to see how we progress into round 1.
I'll go ahead and
Be right back, nerds. Enjoy.
What I do, I'll make them vulnerable from Axel's influence, and then I'm gonna make him weakened from the letters. Okay. And then I draw 2 cards, which is gonna put me over 5. Let me just discard it.
yeah, right here. Nice and easy. This is where we can keep presents and food, whatever may be set up. And then we're going to be playing games. It is starting up.
Get rid of shoot. How many do I have here? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll get rid of 1. I'll get rid of parlay. I just like parlay. It's not gonna be useful for a long time.
We're going to place the maester on the swords, which is going to do nothing.
Got it.
But at least you don't get a free shot. I don't know if you could get a free shot right now, but at least you don't get a free shot.
Absolutely could not. I'm literally just gonna march them right on up to front stakes. Come on. They're long range, right? Just so they can pick it. Okay. Activated. Watch veterans. I can move through my own unit, correct?
Yeah, as long as you don't stop
Stop
on a tray, yeah.
Yeah. So,
As far as I know, you can. Yeah, you can't go through enemy units.
I kind of wish I would have been further up there. I would have thought about it, but I didn't. I'm going to go ahead and I'll just go ahead and do this and let you go. I have nothing to take care of, but I can influence these guys. It matters. I'm just measuring it. It's not going very far, so I'm just going to do like that. And then I'll just let it march in straight.
That's for my painting test.
Gotta love that bracken cap.
So fast.
It's like a truck though.
They used to, now they're not.
Champions of the Stag with that guy,
Oh, yeah.
with the Sentinel.
I used to do that,
usually makes
but
up
he
for
got
it.
rid of Sentinel. He didn't have Sentinel anymore.
Oh, did they get rid of that in the last patch?
Yeah, so now he has an order. First of all, his attack's different too. But his order is that anything in long range that gets a condition, he can just choose so that they don't get the condition.
Oh, okay. So I must have played it the last update.
Yeah.
Because I remember it was sweet in the last update.
Oh yeah, because you would.
With the Sentinel.
Well, I had Champions of Stack, but I would have what's his name in there, and he would ram in like on my part, not the attack, and then they would attack him back, and then it was just a whole mess. So
Yeah, I think that's, is that everything at that point?
activated. Yes. Do that.
So we just want to put it on board.
Pretty good score too. Action tokens. I'm going to deploy it quick.
Right.
Okay. Oh, sorry. You're good.
Looking at a 6-inch charge.
Got it. So what's the movement? 5? Yeah. You're good. Basically, just to see if you get a 1. So you can. You're still going to hit.
Right, I'm just seeing if I have something to reroll that real fast. I don't have that card. It's fine, I just won't get rerolls.
You won't get rerolls. You can't use orders or cards.
That being said, we'll still get monster ability, so they'll get an extra die because they're at full
Is it the end of the second round? Is that when we get points, or is it
End of the second.
the end of the second?
So 8 dice on 3, 2 standards.
Okay.
Says boldness and courage says I attack as if I had 1 more rank, and if I'm at full rank, I get an extra
+1. Yeah.
Threes. So that's 5 more here. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I forgot that was extra. Oh wait, no. Reroll these. Yeah, that makes more sense. So they're still there.
Still there. Okay. So
There you go.
you're going to take 3 hits as well, but here's the thing. So I need 5.
3 hits on me. Okay, roll that real
looking for threes, please.
Sundering.
Sunderings, of course. Good one.
Hang on one second. What? Okay.
Right over here. All right. We
All you.
something going on that we need. We don't have any. We all need. If you're charging,
Right,
if you're charging in,
dude, they're
you
already
can't
on.
get a complete tap.
It took me no time at all.
Yeah.
So I did
That's
go
my
one
unit. Please get in.
tragic thing
You can't.
about war. I'm super glad we started charging from you're charging from their zone back 6 months ago. Then you're not eligible for Xbox controllers.
Yeah, you can't do that one.
Because you have to plug it in.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
So there's the charges right at that point. The only way you turns off the get into them. I was trying all day to get in. But even then, I thought it was my controllers, and I was trying.
I took one wound. I need to do a panic test. I'm looking for 5. Okay.
It didn't work, and I looked it up. People were like, "Yeah, that's just a thing." That sounds so good.
Alright, and with that,
Rocket League updated as well.
It's just you're now.
Oh, the kids can't.
oh, it's on
I know I'm giving up my back there, but I can't eat your back. Yeah. Flying kid.
Anyway.
Okay.
Maneuver.
He's not going to get that button. He's just got that on the side.
Yeah.
Let's see if you roll one. Oh, no, dude! Burn it. Alright. That's okay. You still get to roll dice.
It's going to be 4 dice on 3s.
Yeah.
With Sundering for Ghost also.
Okay.
So that's going to be 3 on 3.
Okay, so go ahead. He's weakened, so go ahead. Oh my god, dude. Bad luck on the first part, good luck on the second part. One hit for him from counter strike. One wound.
Do they have?
So I'm 100% available to help out. So this is Sundering, so minus 2.
So minus 2.
Shoot me a text it.
They do. They have a thing.
I'm looking for.
Once it goes, everything's clear off.
3, 4, 5. I'm looking for 5, so 2 go through. Okay. 2 wounds, and I need to do a panic test. Minus 1. So I'm looking for a. When they pass that, I will go ahead and use this and give them 2 wounds back.
Okay.
Wrath and Conviction. I don't know if he's might show you strange shit. See if I can show it real fast. There we go. Got it? Yeah. Starting any turn, I'm gonna do. That's it. Yeah. Right. Starting turn, I'm gonna give him Oath of Duty as well. Then back to someone dies. Okay. I'm gonna activate Charlize and Shireen. I'll influence them. That just does a wound if he succeeds on a round. I'm gonna attack Ghost.
Okay. So you have to change your facing.
I don't think you do.
Yeah. You have to face whatever you're attacking.
You do?
So the whole unit has to hit it.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and do sustained assault. How many wounds does he get to Ghost?
He only has 3 right now.
He has 3 left?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do sustained assault. Okay. On the attack, so he'll get to reroll.
I'll beat him. I'm
his
not
attack
gonna lie,
dice,
beat him up.
and that's it.
Okay.
So 7 dice. 6, 7. Just looking for 3s. Not very good. Not good at all. I get to reroll though. That's great. Good for me. Okay. What's up, man?
Taking a look at positioning.
All right. that's going to be 6 hits to them.
Swarm, guys. Queensman. Alright, so the knight, the archers, kingsman,
Six. My bad. 6.
Oh, you deploy the knight on a friendly table edge?
This would be friendly. This would be edge.
Okay.
But yeah.
So that's their deploy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So this will be on 20s.
He only takes 2
wounds.
panic attack.
What is up, nerds? This is Ramsey coming right back to you.
Okay. So he has
hold
1
up.
wound left.
Maybe not. 1 second.
All right. That was the free attack.
All right, here we go. This is Ramsey coming right back to you with more Sif. This is currently turn 2, early into turn 2 of our round 3, our final round. We have Josh versus West. Josh's list is a Night's Watch list running Jon Snow. West's list is a Davos list. That is Baratheon. Round 1 was a lot of posturing. What you see on the far northern side are the Kingsmen with Davos in them. The Kingsmen are able to stay off of the table during deployment and then deploy on a friendly or flank table edge wherever they want at any time. So that's why their positioning is so strange up north there. Other than that, we have the 2 armies facing off each other in a line strolling up. Okay, so starting on the right side. Okay, so west side, the right side, we have some black units, okay? Those are R'hllor Lightbringers. Okay, so the R'hllor Lightbringers
I'm going to go ahead and activate these guys.
are right here.
I'm gonna
Okay,
use
the R'hllor Lightbringers are 5 speed,
So
hit on
5 hits.
3s if they're ranged, 7-6-4, hit on 5s if they're melee, 5-4-3, 4-6 defense and panic, they have vicious, and if the defender fails their panic test, target 1 other enemy in short range of that unit, they suffer 1 panic test with a -2 to there. Killing commentary, I don't know how long ago that was sent, but I appreciate you. I feel terrible for not commentating the last like 10 minutes, but we were setting up a birthday. I had to get kids up on Fortnite. I want to play Fortnite. So yeah, so the R'hllor Faithful over there on the right, they are the black unit with the 1 cream attachment. And right behind them is a cavalry unit. Cavalry unit known as a Dragonstone Noble. Show it a little bit here. 4 speed, hit on 3s, roll 3, 2-3 defense, super tanky, and it's essentially a utility unit. Its abilities allow it to reroll attacks. It makes defenders that roll 1s weakened, and it keeps your allies from getting tokens, which is awesome. As long as he's in long range of an ally, they don't get tokens. And then there at the very bottom, we have the Queensmen. Okay, we have the Queensmen at the bottom. Let's go ahead and scroll over to them. Dragonstone Noble. There we go. The Queensmen there at the bottom. Queensmen, fantastic units. Love these units. Hit on 3s, 7-6-5 attack line, 4 speed, 3-5 defense and panic.
That was their activation.
So they have hold the line. Target 1 enemy engaged with this unit. It suffers 2 hits. So automatically makes the enemy suffer hit if they're engaged with them. And if you were to kill a Queensguard unit, they get a morale test. If they pass their morale test, they stay at 1 wound. Fantastic. If your opponent does not control crowns, they cannot make you expend vulnerable or panic tokens. Absolutely fantastic. So what we have right now are the Queensmen locked in combat with sworn brothers.
But it doesn't matter if they have full. Oh, yeah.
Let's pull the sworn brothers now.
I thought about going after them with the Queensmen.
Here is our sworn brothers. Sworn brothers hit on 3s. Their attack line is 7-5-4. 4-5 defenses. Martial training allowing them to re-roll any attack dice and the defender becomes vulnerable. And the greatsword is sundering. Both of these units pairing off against each other are... It's a toss-up, man. These Sworn Brothers, honestly, with the sundering, you think that they would be able to handle the tankiness of the Lord Queensmen, but I don't think sundering's enough. I think that they're going to need, like, sundering vulnerable. But, as we see on the Queensmen side...
And is that the veterans?
Queen's Blade.
They're
Read
like
that
a
Queen's
little less
Blade
good
there
at
at the
attacking,
bottom
better
over here.
defense.
While your opponent does not control Crown, you cannot expend Vulnerable and Panic tokens. So you can give Vulnerable and Panic tokens. However, you can't use them. So Sworn Brothers versus Lord Kingsman is probably going to boil down to what I call in my video gaming espannages. That's not a word. What was I going with espannages? Experiences is you're going to see a wet noodle fight. You're going to see a wet noodle fight here between the Sworn Brothers and the Queensmen. It looks like Josh is measuring range to see if they're blocked by the barricade, to see if the Relore Faithful are blocked by the barricade. Or sorry, the Relore Lightbringers are blocked by the barricade. Remember, the Lightbringers are the archery unit. That's that black unit on the middle right side of the board.
I could have gone a little further. I should have.
Seems that there already has been one casualty that I have missed early in the game. If you guys were paying attention to turn 1, you would have seen Josh pivot his wolf just south of this engagement line on the south side of the board, and it seems that the wolf has already fallen to the Queensmen, making the Queensmen already up on points. That's 3 points worth of destruction there. West being the only one to hold an objective token at this time. On the south side of the board, the cream-colored unit on the right. We have some debuffs occurring here in the center of the board. And Josh going in for an attack. So this is going to be... Oh no, this is a panic save.
I'll bounce it to...
Dies out on the panic save.
Anything in long range.
Anything long range?
Josh's
I'm gonna bounce
con.
to conscripts. Okay. They're both long range. I'll double check.
These are conscripts.
Those are
veterans.
Veterans.
It is in short range. Let me just double check.
Veterans are the ones here.
They might not.
Approaching the right side.
No. Okay, so then
I think your choice is John.
West looking at measuring out the range of the vets here, trying to see potentially what Josh could be pivoting towards. Josh is probably looking at a pivot here.
Okay.
That's it. All right. I'm going to place my maester on the horse.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll get the healer wing back to something. It's 1 plus each score rank.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just getting 1 back from the wings.
Okay.
And free remove.
All right, Josh, taking a look at the field here, trying to see what his next move is potentially going to be. What Josh needs to look out for are these Lightbringers. These Lightbringers, again, are the black units on west side and the center right of the board. These are very, very powerful archers. Josh, though, is probably the right person to face off against West, as Josh himself is a fan of Baratheons. Josh's first army was Baratheons. That is what Josh learned the game on. So Josh is very well aware of what Baratheons do. He's also one of those, I call them bookworms or card worms. He's one of those type of wargaming players that will sit down whenever they're bored and be like, I'm just going to read units. I'm just going to make army lists for fun and make combos. So Josh is coming into this match with some knowledge of Baratheons, knowledge of what Baratheons can do.
And then
We are about half an hour into the match now. Just under half an hour into the match, good 25 minutes in, and there's already seems to be fair posturing going on. What can West do here from this point? Well, let's talk about it. West has the capability right now to march his Kingsmen onto one of those 2 northern objectives. Remember, we're fighting over those blue circle tokens. 2 up top, 2 on bottom, 1 in the middle. That's what we're fighting over right now. So once you grab those tokens, you will keep them until your opponents destroy one of your ranks. And then you're going to get rid of that token. Panic test coming out from West. West losing a Relore Faithful. Looks like a targeted attack via Crown. West has the capability to just stand on either of those two northern objectives with his King's Men. West playing more denial here than I want to see. I want to see West using his cavalry unit to go grab an objective and hold on to it. I want to see West tap these objectives with his King's Men up north. I want to see him utilize his archers and kind of position them in the northern center of the board around the barricades to stop ingress routes from Josh. But it seems that West has other plans. West lining himself up for a charge. I think he's trying to get as much of a flank as possible. I think he's trying to tap. Yeah. West is, I think, is trying to set up a flank in a future charge. Josh now measuring out about 7-8 inches out to West's primary unit here.
To be honest, I don't know if it's going to fit though.
All right. I'm going to go deal with something here in the store. I'm going to be right back. Go ahead and watch this middle engagement and watch as West tries to position himself ready for a counterattack from Josh.
Yeah, you're good. Six, you're good.
I'm gonna take damage for going through the stakes.
Yeah, 1d3,
Do
d3 plus
you have
1.
anything for the defenses if you just have vicious with the charge? Okay, I read it wrong. You're right. Yeah. Oh, well, it's wounds.
And they're ranked.
You're right.
That's alright.
Oh, no. You rolled d6. It's a d3 plus 1.
Yeah. Yeah, so 3 plus 1.
I'm sorry, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Okay.
Yeah, because I grabbed the wrong dice bag.
I got you. Okay.
But luckily I had other stuff. So yeah, okay, so they're ranked. So they're gonna get their charge. This is the one with the watch captain. He is gonna let them fight as if they had full ranks.
Okay.
He also has a relentless that comes to it, where if you hit him, you get back.
Okay.
This will be 7 dice on 3s with Sundry. Let's see what I can do real fast. No, okay. That's 7 on 3s with Sundry.
I should have put these guys here and then put these guys here.
Wait, no, that was in.
That sounds good. Reroll.
Yeah, it's like trying to figure out how to switch.
Here we go.
He's probably dead.
7 hits with Sundry.
I'm sorry, what?
7. Looking for 4s. Takes 3 wounds. He's dead.
That's enough to kill?
He only has 3 wounds.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah. He did.
Cool.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 3 wounds.
Okay. And I'm gonna get my search forth maneuver.
Oh, was that a loud charge? Because don't you have to be an inch from my unit?
No, I think they just have to not be touching.
Okay. No, you're right. You're right.
So I'll get mine. Let's maneuver here. Shake it.
Sorry about retreat.
And then
So when you
Thought
make
it
that
was
maneuver,
further
you
when I
mark
said
it.
it. Now I look over there and I'm like, crap, I'm already pretty much at bird.
so I'll take another D.
Oh well. Alright.
I would have, after the melee attack,
Pretty much
I'll get roll this first. Actually, I should have done this first. If you lost any wounds, the attacker would do 1 plus 1 for each rank destroyed.
Okay.
Because it's a solo character, your wounds determine ranks.
Is it for? I think it's for the wounds. What is that card?
So take the black. I'll pull up the real one.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was for you. How many ranks you have?
I'm pretty sure it's for.
Yeah, I
Here we
forgot.
go. If the defender. Yeah, after a friendly unit completes another attack, if the defender suffered any wound, you still 1 plus 1 for every additional rank they destroy.
Oh, okay.
So I'll get 4 back because on solo characters, your wounds is what ranks.
It only counts when it comes to holding points. I'm pretty sure.
Well, you all 2 then.
Yeah.
That's all 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
the black.
Yeah, if it'll zoom. There we go. Get an extra couple back for that. And then I'll roll my d3 for going through the stake. Okay, so that'll be 3.
Alright, that's poor Dragonstone Noble. I don't know if I like him as much anymore. He's not quite as good as he used to be. Alright.
That is their activation.
I will. She's dead. Oh, these guys haven't gone. I will go ahead and march him.
Okay. You can go right to the stakes or go through them. Right. And then you just have another NCU or whatever.
Right. I'll place a condition, draw 2 cards.
Okay. So which condition?
Weekend. Oh, wait. Yeah, because they can get Alright. Okay. Excuse me.
That's the round, right?
That's a round.
So you score 1.
Yeah.
I'll score 9. Because I have a stat still on.
You still get a victory point for killing a Dragonstone Noble, though.
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we do it prison for killing a unit.
Yeah, there's still victory by combat going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we both have 1 because I killed you guys. And then I get another one, I guess, so 2. For capturing that point. Wait.
You had one. What is this? This is the top of. This is the end of 2.
Yeah, so I'll
So you
get.
have 1 for that, 1 for killing a guy.
Yep.
I'll just have 1.
Yeah. That's it.
We'll start the round. Do I want to discard? I'm going to discard 2, draw 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go ahead and discard 2 to draw. Alright. I'm first. Let me get rid of these activation tokens so I don't get confused. Okay. Okay, the first thing I'll do. Alright, I will. I'm gonna take this attack thing. Oh, I need to take her back. Whoop. I'm gonna use Alistair Florent.
Okay.
Take the attack action. I'm gonna make him panicked.
Okay.
And then I will. Yeah, I'll do my 2-inch shift. Okay, it's gonna really matter that much. And then I will
That's what it normally happens.
shoot them.
Okay.
7 dice. Hey. 6. 7. Hitting on 3s.
So 3.
4 hits.
So 2 dice on 4s.
Ouch. I'm gonna go ahead and have you reroll that success.
Okay.
This vulnerable. Yeah. And then a panic test. I want you to reroll. Okay, so how much
That's
damage
one.
would that? That'd be 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, reroll all of it.
Still good.
Good God. That was a great set of bag tests.
All right. I'm going to. Okay. I'm going to take my maester, put him on the bags. So he's going to heal 3, and then I get an additional 3 because of the bags.
Okay, so 1, 2.
So 1 for every rank destroyed, and then 3 for the bags.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Some motherfucker insane. Oh wait, the healing has to be on the same the condition.
Oh, you're right. Never mind. Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna take change shift. Yeah. Shift back. Make another shot. I'm gonna take 2 wounds.
Okay.
We'll make them panicked and vulnerable from the Red Priestess.
That's part of their action. Or
Yeah, it's
it's like instead of an action.
it's actually it's called Divine Sacrifice. It's part of the attack. It says each time this unit attacks before rolling the attack dice, it may suffer up to 2 wounds. If it
Oh, I
does,
gotcha.
for each wound, it can.
I've never used the Red Priestess, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah. So
So now you're gonna shoot.
Yes. 7. Okay. All of them.
I've seen you get heavy reroll.
Holy crap, dude. Minus 2, so what are their normal penalty points?
It'll be on the 7.
7. Yep. Yeah, ouch. They're still panicked. That might have saved me a little bit. We'll see.
That's another game I can sit down and play. It's harder to play 40
I think I have to. I'll play Stand United Brothers.
Mhm.
It's gonna let me take 4 models from a unit and slap it onto there. You got it.
What's the, is that on just at the start of a turn?
Yeah. Yeah, to start
Oh,
of any turn.
do I come back and go back to
So I'm gonna take, and it has to be long range. It doesn't have to be the bag.
They've got some cool stuff going on. I'd love to link up with them.
And then I'm going to attempt to charge.
Just need to steal 1. You will take these here to go through the.
It's pretty 50-50, I think.
It's from my, is it from?
From Meyer to Levers.
Legionaries, a couple other folks that.
I'd say that's probably. Okay, no worries. So you get it. You're gonna take it.
Another guy, and
One, 2. At least that gets you down to 1 rank. I'm sweating.
I bought the scouts now, but I haven't.
Because, yeah, you've activated. Yeah, I did. Okay.
Just trying to figure out where.
So, Swan Brothers, we'll watch Cap. So they'll roll as if they had 2 ranks.
Okay.
This does have sundering. I'm gonna go ahead and activate their martial training. So I already get a reroll, but this will also make it roll.
Okay, yeah.
We into today.
What's the proper way to do it?
It's gonna be 5 dice.
No, I don't think, I think it's pretty much personal preference.
Looking fives. Looking for fives. Oh! Oh!
There you go.
No wounds.
I'm having you reroll, but
Oh, yeah. Dang it. Oh, dang it. Good job.
the two.
Still pretty good. Man,
I haven't looked over the AOS changes. Curious how it's going.
Stay there with your friends. Panic test. 2d3.
Oh, no. Yeah, which way the factions were done.
Alright. Ouch, dude.
Oh, really?
Ouch, indeed. Hmm. Okay.
I think I rid of all the secondary stuff.
I hate that they're like, they're not getting rid of the
Very weakened.
Sorry. I just wanted to.
I will go ahead and activate Chris.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and give them draw 2 cards.
You were right to move it. That's about the
Yeah, he's going to great.
Okay. Turn.
Alright. I'm going to. So at the start of any turn, I'm going to pick up 3 conscripts. 4 better.
Got it.
Will the conscripts activate?
Visual 1.
They get 1 back. And they're gonna go.
What's up, man? Catch me up. Oh boy. Some chaos going on down here.
Okay.
He's healed probably 18 wounds at this point.
Okay.
That's not a joke.
Okay. So round 3, about halfway through round 3.
Yeah. No.
What is gone?
Well, with Snow and the Dragon's Den are gone.
Ghost.
Yeah, that's right, Ghost.
Okay, so that's the only one down, but it's been a back and forth the whole time. Objective control, where's these tokens?
I have 1, and he has 1.
One there. Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm caught up. Thank you.
And you move. That's what you did, right? You
Yeah, that's their
Okay,
activation.
okay.
So healing was start of the turn, activating, they move, they get 1.
All right, nerds, we are back. We are back. Sorry about that, friends. Sorry about that. We are back. So with that in mind, we need to catch ourselves up. Currently, on the south quarter, we see a cream and a gray unit fighting each other. Both of those have active control of the objectives. There's a center objective that has been contested over but is currently sitting free, as well as 2 northern objectives that have been untouched. There has been 2 casualties this game. Wolf, well, Ghost the Wolf, as well as the solo cavalry unit over on west side, and that solo cav unit is called there we go, the Dragonstone Noble. The Dragonstone Noble is the one who fell out. I didn't think that he was going to stick around for too long anyway. Only has 3 wounds. But it is good for making sure that your opponent is not manipulating your own characters, as it does stop condition tokens from landing on your guy. Stops debuffs from happening. But he is gone now, so the debuffs are in play. Night's Watch not really debuffing a ton of units. They normally like to get their effects while they're swinging or after attacking.
From the back. And Sunder. Yeah, so it just goes through. I can't roll a 7.
A little bit of posturing here
You can go as a 6. You can still pass on 6.
as a Relore Faithful. Uh-oh. As a R'hllor faithful move. Wow. Okay. Okay. Now we're caught up. So what we just saw was a beautiful charge from the north of the King's Men, using their supreme positioning to go down and sandwich and smack the rear of the Sworn Brothers. That was able to plate the Sworn Brothers themselves. The Kingsmen being incredibly powerful. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. Now look at this. 7-6-5, hit on 3. Sundering, critical blow if you have crowned. Absolute brutal. They went in with a... They went in with a little surge fourth. Seems that the Kingsmen repositioned their front towards the Night Watch so that they don't get flanked, as well as the R'hllor Lightbringers positioning themselves so that they don't get flanked as well. The Lightbringers being the dark black units on the right-hand side of the table, and then the green units being the Kingsmen. The Kingsmen are probably the best combat unit for West this game, and they're finally getting into the action. Josh is dipping back one of his units, trying to make sure that he doesn't get hit on the flank or the rear by those Queen's Men, making sure that he can try to control these 2 objectives. Now, the Queen's Men do have the center objective. That is going to make them an absolute priority for Josh to come and hit. In this game mode, you hold the objective until you go a rank down below your attacker. So if your attacker has 3 lines of units, could even be 1 person in that line, as long as there's 3 lines of units represented, and you have 2 and you're controlling the objective, you will have yours taken away. So if your opponent ever has more units than you whenever they fight, they will take your objective away from you. The middle green currently has 1 objective. The lower right cream colored units has an objective, as well as the lower left gray unit that is engaged with the cream unit has an objective. 2 objectives are currently sitting free at the northernmost section of the map. End of round, the players are re-upping their hands. Taking a look at their tactics cards. You are allowed to pitch some of your cards away to draw new ones, up to 3, which is awesome. So if you draw unlucky and you're like, man, these are not going to be good for this scenario, this is not going to be good for this round, this is not going to be good for my opponent, you can just toss away the cards that you don't want and drop the 3. Pretty nice, pretty nice. There are some individuals, for example, anybody running Tyrion Lannister in their Lannister armies get to run 4.
Oh, you're right.
4 cards. It's pretty fancy.
So, no.
For those of you just tuning in, welcome, welcome, welcome to round 3/finals for April 2024 Game Grove SIF tournament. This is the winner's table of Josh and West. West is currently 2-0. Josh is 1-1. West being the favorite to win this out, but if Josh can get rid of some key units here away from West, Josh may be able to score enough points to win the tournament overall. So West is sitting here just trying to utilize his very, very defensive units to just maintain the points lead on the rest of the competition here. Josh going in with some attacks. It seems as if 4 attacks hit. Ooh, tactics card coming out from West. West playing in something. Seems that he is distributing some debuff counters to Josh's units.
So now it's going to be 4s.
Here comes a defense roll.
No, crap. So 4 hit, 4 wins.
4 units lost. Absolute brutal flank coming in. Josh decimating the backline. Here comes a panic test. 2 dice and a D3. West needs to roll at least a 5 on the 2 dice. Sorry, at least a 6. He's being flanked, so his panic test is -1.
That was a good attack.
Uh-oh, does not like that roll. That's going to be 2 more dipping down. Panic test coming through. 1 swing from Josh's unit, taking out 6 units. West did play a tactics card, though. Tactics card named.
So you get 2 condition tokens. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead.
We'll see.
Weekend.
Baratheon something. Baratheon something. We can find that. We can find that. Let's look it up. Baratheon something.
Yeah, they got the whole shebang over there, man.
Alright.
There we go. Baratheon Justice. Attacker gains 1 condition token. If you control crown or letters, they gain an additional token. Woo! Debuff City! We are here in Debuff City right now. Let me go double check.
I'm using hold the line is what I was doing. Yeah. This is better, right? Easy right here. And then I will attack them, but before I do, I'm going to play Hours of the Fury. I get to do all 3 of these, so +1 to hit stun or aim vicious.
What's in the scoot? All right, so we actually have over here on the left, which is informed that those are not Sworn Brothers. Sorry, all of you Night's Watch units look the same. And honestly, they're not much better painted, as all of their paints are mottled gray and black. But the active unit that is currently fighting the Green Kingsmen on Josh's side are the veterans of the Watch. The veterans of the Watch.
They can reroll.
Josh doing a really good job over here at maintaining the aggression against West. Both players losing units at a very rapid pace. We're nearing an hour. We are currently 55 minutes into this match. The matches are played in an hour and a half counters or concede. So you have an hour and a half timer, or you can concede. There's also 6 total rounds in SIF. 6 rounds should take you an hour and a half for you to get to there, or at least close to there. So the game does work out very well for a tournament standpoint. For those of you who may be joining in from the 40K side or from the other wargame side, wargames take a long time. SIF does not. SIF is an hour and a half format. It is a quick paced game. I have sat down with a regular here at the Grove, Malachi. He's a Targaryen player, and him and I have played like a full game, including setup and teardown, in like 50 minutes. So if you're quick and you know what you're doing, you can scoot through SIF matches, which makes it perfect for tournament formats like this. Oh my God! What a brutal roll on the Queensman over here. So the cream southern unit on the right. So the southmost unit on the right, the cream colored unit is R'hllor's Queensmen. They just decimated Josh. Failing his panic save and using a tactics card to stay in it. Rolls again. Looks like a 9. I think that's going to be fine.
Actually, just gonna do all of it.
Yep.
It doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
Come on, focus, camera.
Thank you.
I'm gonna use it. Expend this turn. Panic.
Now Josh using a tactics card to re-roll and hitting the re-roll. That's a good use of that tactics card. I've used that card or a similar card effects or ability so many times when it's like, hey, whenever you fail a panic test, you may re-roll. So many times I use it and just fail the second one worse. It happens all the time.
4 inches is all.
Oh, it was failed. Okay, so Josh did fail that panic test. Queensmen able to surge forth. Whenever you complete a melee combat, if you kill your opponent, anybody engaged with that opponent gets to make a maneuver. Now, there are some units that get to charge and attack again. Those are primo units. But now we're looking at a pretty strong line on West side. I'm not going to lie, upon walking back here after taking that intermission, helping out some other customers, Josh was looking rough. Josh looked like he was going to have other way around. West was looking rough. Josh had a very good position on the board. West had his Kingsmen up north kind of doing a whole lot of nothing. Looked like Josh was able to essentially sit on 2 or 3 objectives pretty safely, but West pulling out some brutal attack lines and first sandwiching a unit on the right side of the board near that barricade that was threatening his archers in black, and then turning around and starting to clap the southern side of the board with his Queensmen. Queensmen and Kingsmen absolutely carrying the game right now. All right, West repositioning his Kingsmen, looking for a fight. He wants it. Is he going to get it? Let's see what his rolls are.
So, take an attack.
Colonel West is looking at an attack here from Kingsman versus Veterans of the Watch. Kingsman hitting on 3s, rolling 7.65. West bolstering himself, playing a tactics card named.
I forgot we were doing this first.
We'll find it.
I know, me too.
Something to something. Something to something. We'll find it. We'll find it.
Critical blow.
Let's see here. Oath of Duty. Oath of Duty. Oath of Duty reads, target one friendly combat unit and attach this card to them until the end of the game. When a friendly infantry or cavalry unit is destroyed, place one order token on this card. Your melee attacks get buffed whenever your stuff starts dying. Awesome. Awesome. Melee attacks get buffed whenever your things die. I like that. Yeah, now's a very, very good time to put down a kind of card like that. Josh coming in to roll and attack. One hit? That can't be right. Oh, that's a save. Okay, those are defense dice. Josh losing 6! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Sundering being absolutely brutal. West rolling like a monster. Josh coming in with his panic save. Failed his snake eyes!
When you do that,
Loses 2. West playing down another tactics card. Trying to fully plate this man.
these guys are going to gain a win back.
Uh-oh.
And if I control
West decimating 8 units out of here. Calamity uses a tactics card to heal up. West excited about this one. Fealty to the Crown is what he used to heal up there. Fealty to the Crown reads, when an enemy fails a panic test, target a friendly unit in long range. For each wound that enemy suffered this test, restore 1 wound, up to 3. So because Josh suffered 2 wounds, he was able to restore up to 3. Josh using his abilities on his conscripts. We'll go ahead and show you those now. Josh's conscripts do have a special ability that make it so that they may hurt themselves to give their health to an ally in long range. That is order supply aid, okay? So he has left Veterans of the Watch and conscripts. Josh is sitting in a rough position right now. West with his Kingsmen in the middle of the board being his best unit with his commander on it. His second best unit being the Queensmen, the cream-colored unit with full ranks on the south side, as well as some archers with flaming arrows sitting on the right side of the board in black. West in a very, very strong tactical position here.
Did you use the healing right?
Yeah, it's the start of any turn.
Oh, sorry, any turn, yeah. Okay, you got it.
I'm going to give the players a 30-minute warning.
I'll go ahead. Well, it's a friendly turn, but it was my friendly turn.
No, you're good, you're good. I'll go ahead and attack.
30-minute warning.
30 minutes.
30-minute warning.
I will play Sustained Assault when they get to attack their highest rank. I'll go ahead and give them weaken back with the,
Of the time coming up, there is 30 minutes left. West is currently V1 ahead. Let's go ahead and pop his stats up here because it looks like his Kingsmen may be getting involved again.
I'll get you 30 minutes. Oh. What?
6 dice is what he's going to be rolling on 3. Hitting on 3s here. He's looking for 3s. He's going to now pull his dice. Show us the ones that hit and the ones that miss. There we go. It's going to be 4 or 5 hits for West. West doing a reroll.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right. Strong hit coming in from West. That's going to be brutal. The Veterans of the Watch is what he's targeting. Oof. Rough defense roll on Josh's part. Josh rolling panic here. Ooh, Josh hitting crit. Ooh. Not much you can do against a 6-6, baby. Josh rolling like a fiend right now. Dice wanting to keep him alive. Josh currently going through his hand, looking for any sort of tactics card that can get him out of this situation. He's in a rough spot right now. For him to want to win, he needs to try to find a way to just control these objectives. But fighting the Kingsmen and Queensmen off the objectives is going to be incredibly hard. Remember, they lose objectives if you fight with more ranks than your opponent, and your opponent has the objective. You have more ranks. At the end of that fight, you get the objective. But the Kingsmen and the Queensmen, green and cream, are tanky units that even have the ability of, if you would kill them, roll a morale test. If you pass, they stay alive with 1 wound. So West is set up in a strong position here to just turtle the rest of the match.
And I'm gonna make your these guys 4. I'm gonna make them pick up 10. Okay, yeah, theirs is it's on 3s or 4s, right? 4s. Theirs is up to 5. Oh, to 5. I thought that.
Okay, both players having a little look at the tactics board. Let's see what West is trying to figure out here. West going in for a roll. Looks like a random panic save. Seems as if Josh took the crown. Took the crown on the tactics board, forcing West to go into panic mode. He was probably trying to target the Kingsmen to get them down, if I had to guess. But regardless, seems that West passed his test. Nothing died. Both players taking a look at their board here. West doing his best, taking a look. Staring at the NCU board. Tactics going on, answering a question. There's a judge call, apparently. Josh and West working. Respond to that judge call. I'll be right back.
You have to do something. I got 2 cards from the letters. Right? Go ahead and
was actually pretty important, and it doesn't apply right now, but it is important to know in Sith. So if you are engaged with an enemy unit, so for example, let's take the middle engagement of these Veterans of the Watch versus the Kingsmen. If you want to get out of that combat, you can just retreat out. You roll a d6, you retreat that distance, plus your movement speed. You just back off and reposition. If 2 enemies are engaged, so if you're engaged in the front and flank, you can't disengage. So currently we have Logan trapping Tommy on the side table right now, has him completely sandwiched in, and Tommy can't even leave if he wanted to. Josh pulling out a good hit with these Veterans of the Watch, taking out 2 from West. West needs to pass a panic test here. Rolling 2 dice, needs to roll a 5 on the dice at least together. Looks like he
when you do that,
did. He did indeed. He passed his panic test. He's not leaving his units down, and he's playing in a tactics card. Tactics card coming in from West. Let's take a look at what he could be doing.
So he can do a pivot and a march action. Oh, here, show this.
All right, showing me the tactics card. Here it's going to be a Davos one. That's probably, is that fealty to the crown? I think that's fealty to the crown. Let me go at it.
Flea bottom.
Flea bottom. Flea bottom is what was played by West. West trying to use his tactics card to get somewhat of a better position. A little bit harder to see, but it'll be this top card right up here. So it reads, after an enemy completes a melee attack, target 1 friendly combat unit other than the defender, they get a free maneuver. That is what is being used right now. It looks like he is maneuvering his Queen's Guard into position to try to get into combat as quick as humanly possible. The Queen's Guard moving into the conscripts back here. This is a big fight. The conscripts are paper thin. They're also the healing unit. If the Queen's Guard can take out the conscripts, it will be game. It will be game. So let's take a look at the roll here. The Queen's Guards get to roll 7 dice and they hit on 3s. Oh no. They West rolling off to the side, hitting big boom. Josh not getting the nuts roll, does not roll 5 5s, and his unit is removed from the game, leaving West with Queensmen at the bottom in cream, Kingsmen in the middle in green, and Archers on the right in black. Josh left has his Veterans of the Watch.
That's the turn.
Here it is. There we go. Josh is pulling his stuff.
We'll draw. Discard this card. Draw 3.
Both players moving their cards around a lot. Josh choosing to stay in this game. Not going in for the concession. Josh knows that concessions remove points that you would have had. So it's better to just get tabled than concede. It's trying to keep people from being big babies. This will happen a lot in war games where like somebody will have a good early turn, then the other person will just outright concede and be like, oh, you killed a whole unit. Oh, I can't win. I surrender. That's not... It's not very sportsmanlike. So the tournament rules do punish you for just outright conceding early. You do not get points if you concede. So Josh is going to stick this out to the end. He's going to get attacked by the Kingsmen this time. Oh no, this is going to be the Faithful. He's getting shot by Archers here. It's going to be 5 hits. 5 hits. Josh going in to defend needs to roll 4s. Uh-oh.
Well done. Sorry, man.
Good game. And that is game. West taking it up, man. This is West's first tournament, and I think that puts West clearly in the winner's seat. This is so exciting. All right. I am going to go figure out what is up with Tommy and Logan. I will be right back. Congratulations, West.
I feel really bad about that.
Dude, what the fuck was that? Like 8 damage swing? Who was that?
These guys, they get critical blow, and I roll 3 6s.
I watched like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm like, oh my god, what is this, dude?
And then they have Sunder. Honestly, these guys are good.
Yeah, the Queensmen and Kingsmen have always been nuts.
I don't think Queensman's been good because the problem was.
I think Queensman's great. I think Queensman's great.
Well, the problem was they were tied to these cards and they nerfed the cards.
Got you.
So like the cards ended up sucking and not contributing or whatever. That's why they did this. They made these guys way too strong. You can nerf it if you take their
Yeah, they don't get their bullshit. Yeah. But then again, if you're doing your due diligence as a player, you're taking the crown. You're getting there. No, that was a sick match. That was a good one. I really wish I could have commentated.
Honestly, that could have gone 100% different if you would have killed these guys down here. Because then
I saw that.
You would have turned around. You wouldn't have got charged.
So did you stand on the barricade for that charge, for that rear charge?
I did stand on the barricade when I rear charged.
Yeah.
They had pathlight.
Oh, because they ignored dangerous. They ignored dangerous. Yeah. They ignored dangerous. That's genius. They do a pathfinder. That's genius. Okay. That's so sick. All right.
right, guys. That is going to be the third and final round of the Game Grove April 2024 SIF tournament. I haven't counted the numbers yet, but West is 3-0. It is possible that Logan can create enough points, or Josh can create enough points this last match to overthrow West. But chances are West is going to probably win it out with his 3-0 title alone. So what I need to do is I need to go calculate numbers. Tommy and Logan are not finished with their match yet, so I can't fully count the numbers until they're done. So until then, what did you guys like about Street? What did you hate about it? What do you want to see added? I know I want to add a dice camera. I know I want to make an easier way for me to track tactics cards. West is a goat, dude. West is a goat. Now, is it West or West? Because in stats, under player, he is West with the T in the stats. So I'm curious if that was his phone whenever he's typing it in and it like auto-corrected. Because if so, I've been calling him the wrong name all day, and I apologize to him. But man, that was super fun. I do think West is going to win this up, but we do need to see the final total numbers from everybody before we make the determination. There's also going to be a graphic that is going to go on our social medias for these players in their ranks and order. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and the graphic is going to be really cool. If you want to see it, you can follow us on Facebook, Game Grove on Facebook, or you can join our Discord. The best way to join our Discord is to honestly go to Facebook, look in descriptions, and we have a Discord link there in our Facebook. So if you guys want to join part of our community, maybe come and check us out sometime, come and play a tournament, come and play a casual night. We do have SIF nights. Come and play just a casual night, maybe coordinate some stuff, or come get some of your much needed product. I have a wish list in there. I carry all SIF product. If I do not have it on the shelf, you tell me in the wish list in Discord, I will order it for you. We will get it in your hands. If you want to run lists like these today, I can post these lists online for us so that we can see what people played. But ultimately, thank you guys so much for coming out today. West has won all 3 rounds. I think West is going to be the winner. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate you. I love streaming with you guys. And I cannot wait to do this in the future. I can't wait to see us do some kill teams, some 40K, more SIF. I cannot wait to do more like this in the future. But until further ado,